Gao. Gao.
Hi, Concha.
Hello, my dudes. How's it going? And a welcome to the Friday stream of the week. We're back, and weekend is upon us. Wow. Also, I guess, yeah, fourth stream of the week, counting the Monday special. So there's that. So far, it's been quite a pleasant week, I want to say. Nice and chill, all that good stuff. And hopefully today we'll continue on that note as we continue with the playthrough, or reading rather, of a little visual novel called VODs, no Yoru, also known as Witch on the Holy Night. This will now be the third session I'm playing this game. So far very interesting, you know. I like Nasu writing, so surely I'm gonna enjoy this one too. And it's probably just gonna keep getting better as it goes on. Very nice. So yeah, the plan is to kind of stream this fairly often, because, you know, I kind of, now that I did start it, would be nice to, you know, finish it at some point. Am I following JJK? No, not in any way. I told myself I was gonna watch the anime at some point, because I don't really read manga, but I never really got around to doing that either. Maybe at some point, I don't know. It's always a possibility, you know. Maybe someday I'm just like, you know what? Today is that day, and I'm just gonna do it. I do a lot of stuff, you know, because of whims. So, never say never, I guess. So, yeah, VODs no Yoru, we're back. What was I gonna say? I already lost my train of thought. Great. Oh, yeah, the previous two times, Or rather, the second time I was gonna stream the game, I had a migraine and the stream was cancelled. And then the actual second time I streamed the game, I had another migraine, but it was early enough in the morning, so I managed to stream it anyway. But today, you know, not to jinx it too much, no migraine, so hey, maybe third time's the charm, I don't know. Cool. That is a positive. So we take it. Right, so hopefully you're all having a nice Friday going on. Maybe even soon to be Saturday for some of you guys. You know, time zones and all. But hey, more reason to just, you know, relax and take it easy. So, I welcome you to grab a drink, maybe a snack or something. And let's chill together for a nice full stream here. Also, hey, to remember to vote for Sub Saturday if you are a subscriber of the Gao Gang, of course. The best subscriber gang there is on the planet. Absolutely no bias, of course. So yeah, you still have time to vote for Subsat until the end of the stream as always. And you know, the form is on Discord as usual. Everything is in one place, nice and easy. Same with the React channel, the forum if you will. So do submit there as well if you want me to check out stuff in the next Reacts segment. We did one yesterday, but I'm sure I'm gonna do one at the very least next week again, for sure. Okay. So, hey, Fire, thank you for the 16 months. Big welcome back to Gao Gang. Or the Gao Gang, rather. It's not just a Gao Gang, it is the Gao Gang, okay? We're kind of a big deal, okay? Thank you so much, my dude. Very cool. Oh yeah, the reserved game for tomorrow, I believe, is either StarCraft 1 or 2, depending on which one is easier for me to access, or which one I end up choosing, I guess, so some of that at least. Never played any of those games, though. Right, let's see here. Can I use the FG overlay again? Because I started using this last time because, you know, the game screen is smaller, but at least now nothing is blocked, right? Because a lot of the times in this game there's text like everywhere, like every part of the screen can have text on it. So a lot of well, not a lot of times, but sometimes the text was just blocked by, you know, by camera or something. So we're just gonna keep using the FG overlay for this. Makes sense. Yeah, supposedly there's free versions of StarCraft 1 and 2, so we'll see. Maybe I'll pick 2, if possible, because it's probably a bit more modern and less janky, but who knows? I'll figure it out. Alright. So, I think we finished by completing a chapter. It was a nice, good ending point, right?
Construct additional pylon.
Hey, it's a meme, I understand. Both are free, yeah, okay. So is this what the next episode is called? It's just called Knights. I don't know why there's an apostrophe. Like, is it like the knight owns something? Like Knight's Veil or something? To go really poetic as an example. It's just called Knights. With a possessive, you know, kind of implication. Wow. Well, I don't think there's anything new on the archive, though. We established this. So this is just a recap of the previous chapter. So now we just can go into the next chapter. Oh yeah. Okay. Hey Railgun, how you doing? Oh, the remastered versions are paid. Okay, I see. Anyway, next episode. I think this is like 3 now or something. 3 or 4. I think it's 3 probably. Okay. Oh, there you go. 3 nights. Okay. Easy question answered. Right, let's do this thing. Let me tell you how the events of yesterday transpired. On moonless nights, you must never look back. Was it a lesson or was it a warning? It was so very long ago. At the time, I could not have imagined what my very being would become. One night, it came without warning. I was filled with an anxiety so heightened that it made me want to burst into tears. So I fled to my grandfather's workshop. Unlike the grandfather I knew, he smiled and kindly placed his hand upon my head. Yes, the Red Death follows your every step. Rather than consoling me, he sent me home with only those haunting words. That night I was certain that I sensed a shadow lurking behind me. Something or someone watching me from afar. Then little by little, year by year, it drew closer. Eventually, the presence that once felt like a spot on the horizon grew so close that I could feel its breath down the base of my neck. Of course, it was all in my mind. When I turned around, nobody was there. But that night marked the beginning. In hindsight, I later understood that the indescribable anxiety I felt was the dread of certain death. Wow. Look at the flickering lights. Oh, we're back to Alice. There's like no emotion to the singing, it's making it a bit more eerie. How much time has passed since that night? It lingered deep in the recesses of my mind where childhood memories are kept. A faded storybook-esque memory. On dark nights I still hear the faint echo of my grandfather's words. But no matter how strong the wind may howl, or how entrancing the song of the girl next to me, I could never bury his ominous words completely. The girl beside me said. Alice's inflectionless voice spoke volumes of her role as the bystander. That night there was only me and her. It was the night I would mark as the birth of who I am today. For what should have been quite the memorable night, it sure wasn't a promising start. Dense clouds blocked the starlight above like a black umbrella. Strong wind tore through the sky, carrying heavy clouds with it. The hands on the clock in the middle of the park pointed skyward, as if reaching for the moon. Unfortunately for them, tonight was no moon to point at. Also, hello, is that Alco's new drip? Wow, nice jacket. The winter air grew fiercer as the night wore on. Inhaling felt as though it would freeze me from the inside. The air chilled me to the bone, threatening to pass up my spine directly to my brain. To prevent my mind from being paralyzed, and to prevent my fingertips from becoming stone, I sparked a fire using my internal rhythm and emotion. Oh, is that magic? Ooh, Magecraft. Is it an Asu game? Yes.
触覚を譲るわ。幸運ね。あの位置なら刻んでおいたウィスプが止まる。
Well, I responded to Alice with a nod, and then for just a moment I saw the ground. My legs quivered ever so faintly. I told myself they were shaking from the cold, but I wasn't so sure. In reality, they may have not been numbed by the cold, but by fear. I breathed a sigh of relief. My humanity must still be intact if my emotions are still present. Hey, Yasno. Oh, the colors are going wonky again. Before I could sink into a pool of my own sentimentality, the sensations from the bounded field flowed from Alice into me. A transparent wall covered the entire park. An unrecognizable carpet rooted deep under the earth. Oh. Alice Kuonji's chants of the Mother Goose fairy tales permeated the night. The sensations became one with my body. I felt goosebumps on my quivering right arm. Someone had trespassed. The goosebumps crept up my right arm like ants, and slowly but surely made inroads for my heart. Holding back the desire to drive them out, I waited for them to reach a certain definitive position. A moonless night. The park's quaint street lights were not enough to lift the darkness. Yeah, they have voice acting in this game, this version, this new one. The ants came to a stop. Far, far from my right arm, they had reached my very heart. Even without the aid of my sense of sight, I could see the intruder lurking in the darkness. To starboard, in the bushes about 30 steps back on all fours, It was beckoning with its right hand. Ooh. The enemy's movement and my perception of it were in lockstep. I spun around. The enemy's arm stretched out like a spear. Whoa. This lethal weapon aimed at the back of my head brushed my hair at breakneck speed. Oh, the animation is too cool though. With the omniscient awareness granted by Alice's ward, I managed to avoid it by the skin of my teeth. Yeah, she almost got her head popped off. My hair fanned through the air from the violence of the attack. The strike grazed my cheek, and I felt a small, sharp pain. It felt like the kiss of death. I switched the flow of my body's blood to a different cycle. That sounds dangerous. The blood running through my veins at a few feet per second transmuted into an imaginary element. My body became a single circuit and my heart transformed into a completely different engine. Within me stirred an unknowable motion of immeasurable heat. Something mystic, yet untapped by humankind, that made me who I am. It was the fire of life behind all miracles and fables. Aoko is just one of the protagonists, Tyrant, but yeah. I think the three are Alice, Aoko, and Sojiro, the one in FGO as well. I think they're all kind of protagonists. What we may just called magical energy. Whoa. I turned around, set the enemy in my sights, and held up one hand. My arm was the agent of my will. My lack of experience meant my magecraft could only be possible with the use of vocalizations and gestures. Magical formulae were engraved all over the park. All I had to do was ignite them. I needed to direct the flow of the magical energy within my body into each formula. Typically, a mage casts or acts as a conduit. Whether wired or wireless, the mage simply pours magical energy into the formula. Releasing this energy in the form of a projectile, stream, or any number of methods would usually suffice, but in my case, it was the feeling of my limbs whipping out. Whoa, Biden blast. Wow. I fought speed with speed. Ooh, fire. The enemy's arm, extended 10 feet forward, became engulfed in flames. It was nighttime at the park, the scene reminiscent of a campfire, but one in which the center of the flames contained a humanoid figure wriggling like a shadow puppet. The flames subsided just as unnaturally as it had ignited. No crackling, no burning smell.
結界返すわ。死体を確認するから。
Damn, wrecked. Confirm the kill now. After telling this to Alice, I headed toward the motionless figure. I killed it. I killed it. I killed it. Regardless of who my opponent was, I just took someone's life. My throat parched. I swallowed the truth that without this sense of reality, I would have been helpless. So hard and bitter, impossible to swallow, but I tried to anyway. I was unnervingly calm. My heart pounded and my breath felt heavy, but my mind was nonetheless calm. By the time I realized it, the charred remains were already in front of me. Bracing for a counterattack, I carefully examined the corpse. Everything seemed fine. This body lying stumped to the ground was nothing but ash. But something wasn't right. To begin with, its remains didn't smell organic. Not willing to believe my hunch, I took a closer look at the corpse's face. All that greeted me was the featureless white face of a mannequin. Okay, so it wasn't a human. Wow. I mean, the arm looked weird anyway, so... yeah, makes sense. Wow. Screaming, I kicked the mannequin. The corpse crumbled to ash and disappeared with the wind. No, this was no corpse. This was just a puppet, and for all our efforts to lure the master out, we had once again been tricked by a familiar. My debut, my first test out in the open, would be postponed for another day.
いつになったら一人前にって。
Debated. At that moment, I suddenly noticed something familiar in the corner of my eye. Something seemed strange about the slide on the other end of the park. It appeared as though its shadow were larger than it should be. Was I still drunk on the high of battle? It took me a second to realize what it was. Ooh, silhouette. Calling out was a mistake. Startled by my voice, the figure, wearing a familiar high school uniform, took a step back and then it broke into a sprint. Like someone running for their life. Or should I say, he was doing exactly that. So I wonder if this is the scene that, you know, this is now like what he saw. Probably not. This is probably just a different, you know, thing, but yeah. Okay. In a rush, I shouted to my partner, but she hadn't even noticed the third party's presence in the first place. Though it wasn't as if I could move by myself. Embarrassingly, the fight had taken more out of me than I'd have liked. No evidence, no witnesses. There was no time for niceties. For us, being seen here was a matter of life and death. Shaking off the numbness in my legs, I made for the park's exit. I had to admire his escape. The witness, party to the entire night's proceedings, had disappeared into the darkness of the residential district without a trace. Complaining to myself wouldn't bring back the figure in uniform. Bitter at my own incompetence, I gave up the chase. Though temporary, the park had become Alice's woods. For anyone within a few feet of the park, other park goers' identifiable features and voices became murky, like the stuff of fairy tales. Tonight's proceedings may have had a witness, but if our identities were still hidden, then this was still a chance. I returned to the park. That uniform was, without a doubt, from my high school. That was clue enough. If he was a schoolmate of mine, I had plenty of methods to flush about. Amidst my grumbling, I set my priorities straight. Before some strange rumor spread, I needed to seal the witness's mouth shut. That was the highest priority, quickly and without mercy. Looking up, I saw Alice's previously distant figure. Though she was in as much trouble as I was with her existence as a mage also exposed, she had but one thing to say. No kidding. Her statue-like figure staring into the darkness seemed more expressionless than calm. I was pissed off. Her inscrutable voice resembled the moonless night so much it made me angry. That seems pretty random, Fallen. Oh, achievement. Chapter 3, all scenarios read. Wait, that was it? That was fast. So is this an interlude now again? Okay, let's do a cheeky save. What the hell? Yeah, is this a new one? Or no, this is just a recap, right? I assume this is just a recap of what I just read because it's like, you know, just one thing. The incident. Yeah, this sounds like it, right? Yeah, it's the same thing, right? Can anyone confirm that this is what I just read? Yeah, okay. Sure, so we can just move on then. That was fast. Alright, next up, Blues in her name. So I assume more normal stuff again. Oh yeah, there's the new icon, yeah. 4. Chapter 4. Blues in her name. Well, you know, Aozaki Aoko. Makes sense. There really isn't any other way of saying this. I am a magician. Ooh! kind of like those witches in fairy tales who live alone in the woods and perform miracles with the wave of a finger. While the popular depiction of it differs from reality, it's closer to the truth than you know. Though, just so we're clear, no, I don't fly through the sky on a broom. I cannot transform into animals or speak with small birds. Well, you just have to have the animal communication skill. Just have that. Modern mages are nothing so fanciful. Our existence sounds unbelievable, but we're quite grounded. Though it may seem like we can do anything, we're actually majorly constrained. And while I still have a lot to learn about it, this is my real job. Sounds a lot more romantic than being a high school student, right? Naturally, this is a secret I don't just share with anyone. A mage must do everything in their power to conceal their work. That is the first and most important of the association's 10 laws. Not that I'm tempted to let the cat out of the bag in the least. My secret identity as an honor student is intact, and absolutely no good would come of me revealing my true nature. Piano is real, yeah. If anything, it only led to more headaches. That's why I do everything in my power to keep it a secret. Of course, if I'd accomplished anything as a magician by now, then maybe I'd see it differently. I've fantasized about revealing my secret life's work to a single, special person when I finally make something of myself. Yeah, it'd be pretty stellar to just confess one day, by the way, I'm a magician. That idea alone is enough to keep me from spoiling the big reveal, regardless of the association's rules. Shout out to the Mages Association. My grandfather patted me on the head when I shared these thoughts with him. I don't know if that was a praise or what, but I remember that his touch was gentle. I first learned that I would be succeeding my grandfather on the day I graduated middle school. When I returned home, there he was. Your elder sister left on a journey. From this day forth, you are the heir to the Aozaki. Ooh. He said it in such a matter-of-fact way. I knew that the Aozaki family passed down this old tradition of magecraft, but to be honest, I never imagined I would be the one to wield it. Magecraft is supposed to be passed down to a single child. It was my sister's role to take the mantle, and I had no interest in dedicating myself to so many rules and routines. I planned to live a normal life. I had hopes and dreams for the future. I felt bad for my sister, but I was determined to live my life my way. And while I managed to do just that for a time, I was blindsided by a vicious counterpunch. Since then, I've been thrust headlong into a world I had only observed from afar. It was a hell of a way to start high school, but I suppose it wasn't all that bad, all things considered. Yeah, this is Nasuverse. A lot has happened since then. I was so dazed by this newfound life that a year of school motored right by. I was a second year before I knew it. Thankfully, nothing drastic has happened. The 6 months my roommate and I totally tried to kill each other, notwithstanding. Interesting. As it happens, I've got a natural talent at this magic stuff, so I've yet to have any hang-ups there either. I'm only human, so I've had my fair share of headaches for sure, but never once did I worry about my future. I thought my life would be smooth sailing all the way. If only everything had gone to plan last night.
どう?
Alice Kuonji asked Aoko Aozaki the second she entered the house. Her dark eyes succeeded where her voice failed to communicate the gravity of the situation. Aoko took off her unflattering coat, hung it on the hanger, and sat down on the sofa. Alice sat across from her, with a table separating them.
そっちは? よくないわね。偵察に行けるのは7個くらい。ここのところ使ってばかりで、作り置きをする余裕もなかったし。
Alice's gaze drifted from Aoko to the box on the table.
あの夜、町を監視していた奴はいないの？町の偵察は完璧なんでしょ？そいつら。
それは昼間の話よ。夜間飛行は危険が多いわ。
Meaning they were of the least use when needed the most. Alco sighed.
そういうあなたは朝は随分と強気だったけど。
ああ、こっちは予定通りよ。明日までには絞り込めると思う。今朝、飛び丸にうちの生徒の自宅と行動時間を調べさせたから。
What I recommend for append skills for Super Orion? I forgot what his anti-class one was again, but that should be low prio anyway. I don't remember it being any good. But it's a tough call between the first and the second, actually. I would go with the second, actually. Because sure, the extra effectiveness is good, of course, for, you know, any boss killer, but his main damage is crits anyway. And if you can get your ult train rolling faster, then I think it's better. Because you want his ult to have as much uptime as possible, really. Or MP, rather. I'm still talking ult because of Star Rail yesterday. But yeah, you want his MP, like, up ASAP. Because, you know, you get all that nice effects of the Invul Pierce, the Stars per turn, the debuff immune, etc., you know, so... Yeah. Okay.
あの時間に公園をうろつくやつはめったにいないし、簡単に割り出せる。
Is this extra good for gains in the first place? From what I remember, his extra is kind of like a whatever burger. So it will mostly be for damage for the extra one, not so much for gains. And he also can't get Mighty Chains easily anyway. Like a Mighty Brave Chain for him is giga rare because he only has one arts and one quick card. So that doesn't help either.
そう簡単に行くの？
行くわよ。伊達に生徒会に勤めてないわ。その程度のデータは揃えてある。月1のバイト先はおろか、親しい友人宅との移動時間。その優先順位
She's spying on all the students.
人には見せたくなかったリストだけど、そんな余裕ないでしょ？だから、そういうのが向いてる副会長にやらせたの。
Incidentally, the creation of the secret file started the moment Alco became student council president. The mere rumor of its existence was enough to strike fear into the entire student body. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. There it is. First sneeze of the day. Oh, let's go. Or actually not the first of the day, but the first of the stream.
そう。徹底しているわね。
Alice was only mildly surprised. It had been almost 2 years since they first started living together. She knew as well as anyone that when Alco put her mind to something, she saw it through to the end.
ま、私もあれがこんな風に役立つとは思ってもみなかったけど。ほんと、備えあれば憂いなしとはこのことね。
I think this is what... Okay, so this is what they did with Mahou Tsukayoru. Like, Nasu first wrote it. It was like his first story ever. But then it wasn't accepted into like a competition where he wrote it for because it was too long. Then his actual first work that he made was Tsukihime, I believe. Then, past some time, he actually gets to put out Mahou Tsukayoru, which came out in like 2012 or something. I forgot. But... this is basically that game, but then they made a new version of this game which had voice acting on it and maybe some other stuff too, but it's basically the same like visually, but like, you know, it's like voice acting now enabled is the main thing. Oh yeah, Kara no Kyoka I guess was the first one, the real first work, but yeah. Okay. So that's what happened. So I think they did with this game what they did with Holo Ataraxi as well. So it's mostly the same thing, but with a voice patch, right? Like HA didn't have voice patch, and same with Stay Night as well. Until later, although it took way longer for HA to get it than Stay Night. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, I guess it was also officially, you know, localized to English as well now. Yeah. But what happened last night was far beyond a mere exception to the rule. This predicament should not have been even possible.
それより、原因は分かったの？結界の結びに不手際があったなんてのは聞かないわよ。
Alco glared at her. The ward was Alice's responsibility. If it was to blame for last night's trouble, Alice had to own up to her fair share. Alice and Alco may have been roommates and partners, but it was a relationship of convenience. While lineage had brought them together, they were more like enemies than allies. Ultimately, they were just not a match. Where there was a blunder, it was punished. Where there was an opening, it would be attacked. If there was even an opportunity, the two of them would kill each other in the event of such a moment. Wow. Tension, though. Alice locked eyes with Alco. Alco's fierce gaze could have made a grown man cower in fear, but Alice did not bat an eyelash.
仮の話だけど、あの結界に落ち度があったのなら、今まで何度もこういう状況になっていたでしょうね。
I suppose you're right, Alco agreed, as the question reaffirmed her trust in Alice.
結界のあり方は完璧だったのね。
So the logical conclusion would be that, someone had presence concealment.
絶対とまでは断言はできないけど。
Alice answered as flatly as ever. A bounded field is like a sanctuary sealed away from the real world. Steps are taken whereby a certain area is cut off from the outside world. There are various kinds of bounded fields. There are physical ones that close off an area behind a wall, and less tangible ones that use mirrors, mist, pogme, or trees to conceal to that which occurs within. Do the music, no. However, when closing off an area to the outside world, you cannot avoid communicating the abnormality's existence. In other words, the area may be closed off to the outside world, but it is impossible to hide the fact that it's closed off. Where can you get this game? I'm playing it from Steam right now, PC, so that's one place where you can get it from. I think it's also on the Switch and maybe PS4 as well. So if you're a console gamer, I guess. In time, someone will make or take interest in a sealed off area even if they cannot see what is going on inside. Some might say this is putting the cart before the horse. The ideal field would be one that was both undetectable and impervious to interference from the outside. That was exactly the kind of Alice had generated in the park the night before.
その場所に用があっても、今はないように思わせれば、誰もそこには立ち入らない。隠したい場所の周りに、一時的な意識の改ざんを促す結界を張る。手間はかかるんだけど、1時間程度の人よけには信頼性は高い結界よね。アリスの鏡を使った一級品だし、途中で破れることもない。事実、入ってきたのはあの人形だけだとはっきり感じられた。これで完璧じゃなかったら何が完璧なのよ。
私もわからない。森作りに落ち度はなかったわ。森は数日かけて栽培したものだし、今まで通り信頼できる結界よ。けど例外があったのなら、どこかで見落としがあったのね。
Though Alice's words conceded the possibility, her eyes expressed her confidence that she had overlooked nothing. Ooh. Yo, the Root, thank you so much for the brand new Prime sub and a big welcome into the Gal Gang. Hey, thank you very much. Oh, enjoy the emotes and other bonuses. Very nice. Also, how you doing?
参った。こうなると、一番いいのは、あいつが人形使いだってパターンね。それならかろうじて納得できる。相手が魔術師なら、結界の侵入ぐらいできるでしょうし。問題は侵入した時の違和感をどうやって消したかってことだけど。
The thought of being targeted by this individual was pretty terrifying. If they were able to penetrate Alice's field, it could only mean that their skill in magecraft was superior to Alice's. Alice in her current state would be completely helpless against such a foe.
その線はないわ。彼は部外者よ。 ムクドリはともかくロビンが後をたどれなかったもの。魔力の気配は全くなし。誰かの魔術で操られている犠牲者というのもない。
Yeah, the chocolate balls they have, I commented on it last time as well. They look like Dragon Balls, but I think these only go up to 6 stars. So, you know, easy copyright dodge. Okay. But wow, not a mage, huh? But still somehow special. Wow. Alko was quickly running out of straws to grasp at, and that means she was out of questions to ask. All she could do was call it bad luck and leave it at that.
魔術師の秘密を見られて、おまけに目撃者を逃がしたか。
Helpless, not defenseless? Not yet, dude. All in time. Well, no, actually, not in this game, though. This game has no age scenes. But, you know, leave that to the people. The third party, if you will. The sofa groaned as she leaned back. Her gaze went up to the brown ceiling with a sigh. It wasn't much of a view. She was becoming increasingly depressed.
青子、覚悟を決めておいて。
You really feel like reading this or rereading? Well, go for it. Why not? If you enjoy it, then why not? Her roommate's voice seemed indifferent, but Alka just kept staring up at the wooden ceiling.
それとも、あなたにできないのなら、私が言ってあげてもいいけど。
Just like hearing Alice's kudere voice, yeah. I'm starting to kind of warm up to it too. I'm not the biggest fan of the kudere archetype, but you know, Kanahana is a nice VA as well, honestly. The cool-mannered girl's statement carried an equally icy implication. Alka took the words in slowly with as much sincerity as she could muster. It was like trying to swallow molten lead. Well, that's a metaphor right there.
そうだ。
Oh.
覚悟なんてもう決めたでしょ。
The thought sounded hollow even as it popped into her head. This was clearly different from last time. While the aim was indeed the same, the circumstances surrounding her target were clearly different. She may have been determined before, but that was as a mage. If enemies emerged, she would kill them. If she was challenged, she would step up to the fight. It was a fight between two mages, and her opponent was in the wrong. Even if this could only end in death for one of them, it was an outcome both parties could accept. Kill or be killed. Morality had no weight on this scale. But this time was different. Her opponent was neither enemy nor mage. Even if she was prepared to kill them, this person was likely not ready to die. That's why morality did factor into it now. Was she truly up to the task of murdering an innocent person? Could she swallow the fact that this was a common occurrence for a mage? She snorted sardonically. What does sardonically mean? Sounds very fancy. There's so many fancy words in freaking Nasu works. I'm not sure if it's the translators taking liberties with localization or if Nasu really uses fancy Japanese too, but yeah, wow, that is a word right there. Oh, it's like sarcastic. I see. Being a mage did not mean that Alko was some kind of monk who could cut ties with the real world on a whim. I see, okay. In a way that is characterized by bitter or scornful derision, mockingly. Damn. I'm not sure if I would ever use that word. I think I'm too small-brained to actually figure out good, you know, timing for that. Any good places to use that word, but yeah, okay. If there was one thing Alko hated, it was doing things without conviction or an understanding of exactly why she was doing them. When she acted, she preferred to act decisively.
ま、やるしかないだろうね。
She's gonna start blasting, dude. Oh, hey, Dreaming, how's it going? And as she said it, she got up from the sofa, having had her fill of the ceiling for one day. Alko had returned to the alcove always, and Alice was done probing her.
じゃあ、これ。
As if to reward her, Alice produced a small bottle. It fit neatly into the palm of her hand. The bottle looked completely out of place in her slender fingers. The glass was cloudy and it appeared empty. Some shreds of paper remained on the front when there was once a label.
何よそれ。
Drugs. Alko stared at the bottle suspiciously.
収納の小瓶。ちょうど一つ余ってたからあげる。
Just a bottle? Why?
はい。
名前は忘れたけど、中国の小説に出てきたのと同じよ。
It's a thing from a Chinese novel? The hell is that? Alko was miraculously able to parse what Alice meant.
それってレンゲ堂の兄弟の話？じゃああの赤いひょうたんと同じなわけ？
I have no idea about this story, but
言いた
okay.
くないけど、そこら辺の風邪薬のラベルを無理やり剥がして小瓶に見せかけてるそれが？
Alice looked at the bottle and acknowledged how ordinary it looked. She also understood that she would not be the one using it as she set it on the table.
赤いひょうたんじゃなくて、陽子玉の常瓶の方。
That face is just so good, where she looks like serious and silly at the same time. Something about it is just kind of cute, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. It's a nice one.
そういう問題じゃない。
And then when Alko gets like flustered, the teeth come out, dude. The mouth is wide open. She's like, ah!
些細なことを気にするのね。せいろがんの瓶じゃないだけいいと思うけど。
Yeah, just take it. She made a good point.
蓋を開けて相手の名前を尋ねればいいから。ただし、相手に抵抗する意志が残っている場合。
It's a sentient bottle? What the hell, dude? Alko raised her eyebrows.
ちょっと待った。抵抗する意志があるとダメって。眠ってる時に
Oh, so this... Oh, is this to like kill them? Oh, shit, dude. Oh. Or at least do something to the guy.
眠っているのに返事をする人っているの？
たまにいるけど。まあ、確かに珍しいわね、そういう人。
In that case, one would have to weaken them until they were about to pass out.
あ、そうそう。薬や魔術がかかっていると、その重さでも割れるから気をつけて。
Oh, there's a lot of ways she could fail then, huh?
使えない。それってほとんど役立たずってことじゃない。
Yeah.
それは青子次第ね。
Well, Alice turned away as she replied, as if the topic no longer mattered to her.
はあ、アリスがこういう小道具好きなのは知ってたけどね。これも趣味なわけ？
Alko asked, hoping Alice would deny it.
多分。それで、どうするの？持っていくのか行かないのか。
Without answering, Alko dithered a bit before taking the bottle and putting it in her pocket. She figured she might be able to find some use for it. Alright. Yeah, this should be chapter 4, yeah. 2 hours had passed and the clock struck 9. Their conversation had moved from the drawing room to the sunroom and had manifested into the kind of scene one would not expect in such a mansion.
まあ本当はね、飛び丸に任せる気はなかったんだけど。
Or is she cooking something? A hot earthenware pot sat on the table. Alko spat out complaints to no one in particular as she plucked food from it with her chopsticks. Though they were eating a traditional Japanese meal that looked out of place in this mansion. When it came to the kind of Japanese hot pot where all one had to do was buy and boil ingredients, it was usually Alko's responsibility. Alice sat across from Alko as she silently poked at the pot with a fork.
山城のやつが来るなり、しずきくんはまだ部活に入っていないから面倒見てあげてくれないかななんて言ってくるもんだからさ。
Yeah, anime food always, well not always, but a lot of the times looks really nice. Like appetizing. The egg she plucked was still as silky as a baby's bottom, so she returned it to the pot. Oddly descriptive, okay. She settled for the shirataki noodles instead. Oh, dude, the fork animation. Ooh.
そりゃあのバカがバイトで忙しいの
Budget is real.
だからできるだけ春先までのんびりしてて、あんなのでも親身になってくれそうな部の部長に当たってみたのに。ありがとうの一つもないってのはちょっと尺に触るわよね。ねえ、聞いてるアリス。
As if her mouth was full, she simply nodded in response. Her expression stated that she had no interest nor opinion on the matter, but she at least appeared to be listening. Satisfied, Alco nibbled on some humpen fish cake.
それに私、いい人なんて言われるやつは信用できないのよ。あろうことか、飛び丸までそんなこと口走る始末だし。あれはいい人なんじゃなくて、ただぼんやりしてるだけなんだっての。だいたいあそこまで言われて怒りもしないなんてどうかしてるわ。
Wow, toxic. Her thoughts went to what happened in the student council room earlier that day. She remembered how non-responsive Sojuro had been to her words. His unconcerned face alone was enough for her to swallow the rest of her hampen without chewing it.
何が分かってるんだなよ。
Look at the chopsticks go, oh. His words were a lot like those that ended her childhood.
青子ちゃんは分かっているんだね。
Voice though.
それでも自分であり続けられるということはとても強いことなんだよ。
Perhaps it was meant as a compliment, but she took it as a patronizing way to pity her. Because the person who said it had acted like she was looking at a wounded animal.
あんな変態の言ってたことなんて今さらどうでもいいけどさ。
That episode might have made her the most confused she had ever been in her life. Yet what shocked young Alco was the most was the look of pity on the face of the person she admired the most.
喧嘩。
The abrupt comment stopped in her tracks.
ごめん、聞いてなかった。喧嘩ってあの喧嘩？
Alice nodded.
あなたの感想だけじゃ状況はよくつかめないけど。つまり、青子はその人に喧嘩を売りたかったのね。
Alice bit into the very last hampen. Her remark was unexpected but completely on point.
なんでそうなるのよ。私はあんなのと1秒だって関わりたくないだけだってば。だいたいそれどころじゃないし、興味とか全くないし。
Wow.
会話もこれ以上ないってぐらい簡潔に切り上げたし。
Is that a tsundere moment right there? Wow.
なら、どうして今そんな話をするの？
え？それは、あんたに今日の調査過程を知らせ
Sure,
ただけなの
whatever
よ。
you say.
それ以外何があるっていうの？
What other reason could Alice be suggesting Alco had for bringing it up? It would be several hours later in bed that Alco realized that she had dug her own grave.
いいけど、私は別に。ただ、青子は本当にその人が嫌いなの？
Alice ate her hot pot in silence as if she was honoring some sort of sacred ritual. Her face was as indifferent as always, but she was secretly enjoying how flustered Alco was. Alco remained oblivious to this. Normally she would have noticed immediately, but she was not quite herself at this moment.
本当にって、そりゃそうよ。気に食わないって何度も言ってるじゃない。
そう。具体的には？
は？具体的にはって、そんなのに理由なんて。
She trailed off as she finally realized how disagreeable she was being. She could come up with no reason why. Her instincts had told her she was incompatible with that hick. But why such a strong reaction? Hey Kindred, how you doing? More than anything in the world, Alco hated emotions without reason and decisions made with no rationale.
嫌いなものは嫌いなんだから、ちゃんとどっかに理由があるんだと思うけど。
The poking of the chin with the stick though. Wow. Makes the tsundere even more tsun. Wow. Let's see that. There you go. There's a GIF moment for you. I'm sure it exists already anyway. Yeah. She became more flustered the more she talked. Unfortunately for her, she could not come up with a coherent reason to hate Sojiro Shizuki. It was not his fault that he had zero common sense. It was the fault of the environment he grew up in. Is this literally like the society meme? You know, Joker and all that? Well. You got a question about the 7th anniversary today? Sure, ask away, I guess. In fact, it was admirable that he was trying so hard to adapt to civilized society. As clueless as he might have been, he was not a complete waste of space. If he seemed a bit slow, it was only because his gentle nature compelled him to think before acting. When one looked at everything objectively, the conclusion was obvious. As much as she was loath to admit it, he was really an unassuming do-gooder everyone had him pegged as. Pegged? Okay.
ちょっと本気かっての。人間的に悪いところ、本当にみじんもないのか？あれ。
There was plenty, so she left it at that for now. The chopsticks she had been using came to a stop. She was getting very annoyed. An irrational hatred burned through her head. Unable to come to terms with her feelings, she desperately tried to analyze Sojiro, but her mind only went in more circles. Alice fixed Alco with a deadpan stare.
呆れた。
A shadow. A small sigh.
らしくないわね、青子。
Those words were the final blow. Alco felt the floor fall out from under her. She was unable to leave her chair until long after Alice had finished eating and left. Well, dinner is over. Tick-tock. I really like the sound design in this game. It's like all the subtle stuff especially. Like sure, the sounds are even great like during more hectic scenes, but something about the really like, you know, calm scenes with the subtle sounds, it's very immersive, you know? However, even after getting knocked down, Alco was not one to be kept that way. Yeah, it adds to the really nice ambience, yeah. She made short work of clearing up after dinner and, after conceding the first bath of the night to Alice, left the drawing room. Since it was customary in these sorts of mansions to turn the lights off when leaving an empty room, the only lit areas of the house were the drawing room and the two girls' bedrooms. The upstairs was enveloped in darkness. Alco briskly made her way to the deepest part of the east wing, along the long corridor, illuminated only by the light of the moon, and arrived at her room.
結論として、やっぱり騙し討ちは気に食わない。
Oh, is there someone? She had been considering this on the way down to the corridor, or perhaps ever since she left the drawing room. The moment she entered her room, she drew her proverbial line in the sand.
やるにしても隠れるのはなし。正面から堂々と。
Or is she just pumping herself up, maybe? I guess that's what's happening. This was not a concession driven by feelings of sympathy or compassion. For her, this was simply the way things ought to be.
よし。そうと決まれば。
Okay. After settling her resolve, she headed to the study next door. Okay. Damn, the door's open.
木曜棚の当時欄、緑の背表紙と。
Okay. Without hesitation, she removed one book from the countless volumes on the shelf. The introductory textbooks transported here from the Aozaki residence were separated into 6 shelves, labeled Monday to Saturday. Aoko had organized the books by topic, genre, and purpose, and had more or less memorized exactly what was in her personal library. Referencing any of this material took her no time at all. It was to be expected from the keeper of the study. There's no the. Though this keeper's fiefdom was nothing more than a small room. Both Aoko and Alice had given up all hope on the cluttered mess of a library in the annex. Nevertheless, on occasion, Alco would have no option other than to give Alice a heads up and visit it when this study did not meet her needs.
できればそれは避けたいところだけど、と。
Alco placed the thick green book down and took a seat. The desk she sat at was sturdy but uninviting. It wasn't the sort of furniture girls her age grew attached to, but she liked its minimalist elegance nonetheless. She flipped lightly through the book's old worn pages.
アリスみたいな結界は私にはまだ無理だ。
Damn, she's a noob.
人払いはその場所自体に頼らないといけないか。
The mountains, the woods, the school building, empty at night. She was looking for a place that would be, except for the worst of luck, void of people, allowing her to forego the use of magecraft.
茨の壁だの魔力の霧だの。そういう回りくどいのもなんだしな。退路を断つっていうなら、もっとこう見た目にも状況的にも派手な方が効果的だし。
Muttering about how there had to be some basic spell that fit her needs, she continued to flip through the pages. It goes without saying that she was looking for a way to deal with the witness from the previous night. Magecraft's uses were many, but not all-encompassing. Wow. Fundamentally, magecraft was good for making things or phenomena that existed already, while more or less bypassing the time and resources conventional means would require. It was, however, unable to manifest phenomena that were impossible in this world. It was essentially an equivalent exchange that used a variety of shortcuts. A phenomenon made possible by human hands, actualized by an individual's power. That was generally what magecraft was. To give a simple example, if Alco were so inclined, she could make an entire lake appear at the mansion. However, it had to be something that existed within this world. Nothing, not even the smallest matter, could escape this unbreakable law. Even if Alco were to release a level of heat on par with an F-15 fighter jet's afterburner, that event would only be possible if the circuit named Alco Aozaki acted as the temporary input variable in a magical formula. The derived equivalence was simply a value that already occurred in reality. If the variable in the equation did not exist elsewhere in reality, the spell would not be valid. Yeah, it was a very specific example. But yeah, this is the magecraft lore, dude. I assume like all Nasu works always do this. It makes sense. It's such a deep, thing anyway in the franchise. Good night, Tyrant. The imaginary element known as magical energy was like a lie that could only sneeze, apparently. Oh, fuck, dude. Could only slip its fantasy through the network of order at the moment of ignition. Giving form to the non-existent illusions invading reality was something the universe did not allow.
とは言っても、エーテルは基本何にでもできるんで、大元が嘘なんだっけ。魔力だけで構成されたものは幻想扱いされて急速に消えていくとか。典型的な結界、茨の壁とかはもともと茨を生やしておいて魔力で一気に成長強化してるものだし、魔力っていうのは結局使い勝手のいいガソリン兼事象に火をつける火花ってわけで、なんて言いつつ架空要素云々より基本的な回路の接続と魔力を加工して弾くことぐらいしかできないのよね、私。
Wow. Laughing to herself, she looked for a bounded field or something similar more suited to her current ability. The identity of the witness was still unknown, but if they were a classmate of Alco's, she had any number of pretexts by which to lure them out. The problem was after that.
そうなると問題は命中率よね。一撃で決めないと
She needs a accurate bite and blast. I'm gonna do a summer rerun of it today. Not today, no. I might stream it next week, but not right now, no. To be honest, she wasn't confident she could handle this smoothly without Alice's support. But Alco saw no reason to ask for her help, given that the target in question was a regular bystander. Fledgling as she still had her pride as a mage. She continued to turn through the pages rhythmically. In the midst of the fluttering sound of thumbing through the volume, she suddenly stopped her finger at a certain page.
見つけた。
She smiled to herself. It was a simple formula that she had tucked away somewhere in the recesses of her memory. A spell of simple destruction.
檻をね、作ればいいのよ。狩りをする時の常套手段じゃない。獲物を逃げられないようにするのは。
Damn. She's going manhunting. Booba. She placed a bookmark in her book, closed it, and got up to return to her room. Suddenly, she felt someone watching her. Through the window, she saw in the night a girl staring back with a cold-hearted expression. Well, that's very meta. The girl's face was hers, the expression undoubtedly her own. She began planning how to erase the witness. Though to say it was something as elaborate as a plan was overkill. This was just a job. She was going to make a cage and then lure her prey into it. There was no getting around it. Premeditated violence.
さ、そろそろアリスは上がったかな?
She mumbled out loud as if the bath would return some warmth to her chilled heart. About 20 minutes had passed since she gave Alice the privilege of using the hot water first. Alice tended to bathe quickly, finishing well under 10 minutes. Her roommate was the type that could not understand the spirit of the bath, treating it as nothing more than a necessity for looking after one's body. For Alice, the concept of staying at a hot spring inn sounded more like a chore than anything, though in this regard Alco had to agree.
よし、浴場はカラッと。あれ、今に電気ついてる?
Whoa. It was unusual for Alice to sit in the drawing room after her bath. On nights when she had nothing to discuss, it was her style to return directly to her bedroom.
アリス、いるの?
Alice nodded. With no book in hand, it appeared that Alice had been waiting for Alco.
そういうこと。私も信用ないな、ほんと。
Yeah, I guess the hot spring thing is funny on, hindsight now that, FGO had like a hot springs collab for this thingy. Yeah, that is true, yeah. Alco scratched her head in exasperation. Was it that Alice had worried about her or had no faith in her? Her expression was so calm Alco could hardly figure what she was thinking.
方針なら決まったけど、聞く?
その顔を見れば聞かなくてもわかるわ。迷いがなくなったのはいいことだけど。悪い癖ね、青子。
Alice let out a small sigh. It was unusual for her to make such a display of her disappointment.
ええ、騙し討ちは趣味じゃないから。殺すにしても正々堂々。正面から理由を。
So she's gonna be like, listen, you saw something you didn't meant to see last night. I'm sorry, nothing personal. Bite and blast. So that's what she's gonna do.
それならすっぱり後腐れもないし。文句ある?
文句はないわ。そういうの好きか嫌いかはこの際関係ないでしょうし。けど
確実性はどうかってことでしょ。私いまいち命中率悪いし、その辺の問題は場所選びでフォローしようかなと。私はアリスのようにはいかないから物理的に逃げられない場所にしようと思うんだけど、何かアイディアない?
Alice nodded in thought. The finger that gently rested on her lips indicated that the question was to her liking.
鏡はどう? 鏡の国なら永遠に閉じ込めていられるけど。
Well, that sounds a bit morbid.
あんた、そういうところ常識ないわよね。
She frowned at Alice's bad taste. That's an out of context line right there. It was the kind of idea her roommate found to be inspired, but Alco knew was out of the question. She was looking for a natural bounded field she could prepare, not a realm bordering on true magic that she couldn't create to begin with. Ooh.
なら他を当たるのね。でもここを使うのだけはやめてちょうだい。
言われなくても分かってるって。け
Ooh.
ど
Dude, the
そうね
smug is back. Look at it. The smug. Oh, she's like, "Heh, I'd win."
ミラーハウスはいいアイディアかも。
She smirked and shifted her balance away from the wall she was resting on.
サンキュー、アリス。全体の流れは出来上がったわ。ほんと、こういうのってダメ元でも相談してみるものよね。
Now in a good mood, Aoko retreated from the drawing room. Alice tried and failed to visualize what kind of blueprint Aoko had drawn up in her mind, but whatever it was, it appeared to be thorough kind Aoko was good at. Aoko headed for the bathroom, humming to herself as she went. A year and a half of sharing a living space had taught Alice something. When Aoko Aozaki was in this good of a mood, only deep trouble could follow.
青子一人に任せていいのかですって。
It was unclear how long the bird had been in the drawing room. Chirping at Alice, the robin-like bird pranced across the furniture as if it were its property.
そうね。彼女が一人でやると言ったのだから、任せるのが正しい信頼関係なんでしょうけど。
The girl in black raised her arm. The bird, chirping once again, alighted on her outstretched, affectionate finger.
嫌な話だけど、信頼と信用はまた違う話よね。
The bird puffed out its stout chest in agreement, and Aoko was none the wiser to her roommate's rather unsettling comments. Wow, foreboding. Oh, is it morning time now? Okay, let's see. The following day was a typically overcast one. Today's classes ended as they had started, uneventfully. Winter break was just around the corner, and with it, final exams. Although Misaki High prided itself on discipline, it was still a private school which promoted a culture of independence among its students. Industrious students had a place to explore that side of themselves under the guardianship of the student council president. More easygoing students could spend their time after school as they wished, as long as they were mindful of personal responsibility. The fact that the poster boy of independence was the student council vice president indicated just how vast the spectrum was.
Aozaki, iru?
Tobimaru threw open the door to the satellite student council room, the rumored location for their secret meetings. Despite all appearances, he was the student council vice president, who also happened to be the poor soul responsible for executing the student council's dirty work. One person was waiting for him in the cramped room. The student council president, Aoko Aozaki, sat imperiously in a folding chair, glaring at him and his boisterous entrance.
相変わらず寒いなこの部屋。なあ、今度ストーブ購入しようぜ。
So as not to succumb to Aoko's oppressive silence, he opened with some casual small talk.
お疲れ様。ところであんた、何しに来たのか分かってる？
まあな。ただ、事務的に話すのって寒いじゃん。
Yeah, he's totally Emiya, clearly.
少しぐらい世間話でもしねえとつまらねえだろ。
He closed the door and sat down across from Aoko. He was holding a blue envelope.
こういう時は無駄口は叩かない方がいいわよ。なんとなくプロっぽいでしょ。
なる。いや。
Tobimaru was halfway to agreeing with Aoko before he caught himself and began to shake his head. As much as he enjoyed the lack of red tape in his new line of work, he was not ready to turn full spy on his first day on the job.
それで調べ終わったの？
ああ、ついさっき最後の聴取を済ませてきた。詳しいことはその封筒に入ってる。お前から渡された例のファイルもそんなか。
He tossed the envelope onto the table.
そう。
She picked it up and began to scan through the documents that were inside. She entered her own little world, not sparing the slightest bit of attention for Tobimaru. If ignoring other people were a skill, she would be a master at it.
なあ、
That's kinda hot though.
何？
一つ聞きたいんだけどよ。
だから何？
The room was filled with a chilling silence. She continued reading without an ounce of emotion upon her face. Though Tobimaru kept up an air of indifference, his stare remained fixed intently on her.
青崎、そういうの作って楽しい？
楽しいわけないでしょ。こんなの作ったところであんまり使う機会なんてないんだから。
Oh, is Smug here? Oh, hi dude. How you doing?
そうか。ならいい。
Whether or not he was convinced, he stood up from his chair with a disappointed expression.
最後まで読めばわかるだろうが、あんまり確証は取れなかったぜ。というより、おとといあの辺りにいた生徒はいないって話になりそうだ。まあ断定はできないけどな。
No longer concerned over his task, Tobimaru headed toward the door, as if to say it was out of his hands.
そうだ。そういえば、一人だけ該当しなかったやつがいる。季節外れの転入生までは、青崎も調べきれなかったみてえじゃねえか。
She raised her head ever so slightly. He was right. The recent transfer student was not included within the scope of her investigation. Well, surely that won't really make a difference, right?
そんなわけで、その字に関しては調べてないぜ。まあ、あいつならいつだろうと遅くまでバイトだろうが。いや、人殺しを見たなんてこと口走ってるようじゃ、家で悪い夢でも見てたのかもしれねえか。
Tobimaru cheerfully left the room. Simultaneously, Aoko felt her fingers go numb, and the documents she was holding spilled all over the table.
そんな、まさかね。
Ooh. She broke out in a cold sweat and tried to tell herself that there must be some kind of mistake. However, the uncomfortable feeling in her gut would simply not go away, perhaps because her intuition was almost always right at times like these. There's a lot of flickering lights in this this visual novel. And yet she knew what she had to do. She would not have hesitated to kill Tobimaru if he had been the witness. But what if it was who she was thinking of? Just considering the possibility caused her blood to run cold. She put her forehead in her hands and began to brood. And then suddenly... Let us talk choice. You will always be faced with choices. A virtuous fool and a wicked sage. You cannot save both. You must pick one. That is the freedom granted to you. 2 years earlier, she muttered the words offered by her grandfather the day she replaced her elder sister as his successor and let out a sigh of lament.
すごくバカみたい。
She laughed at her own intuition, but it was no joke. If only those words had never been said. Damn. Time to make a choice. She locked up the student council room and left for the day. Calmly, as though nothing untoward had happened, she greeted the students as they passed her in the halls. She was almost shocked by how natural she seemed. There were still plenty of students at the school. The grounds were noisy with the cluttering of students who had finished the day but had yet to head home. Others still had club activities. The grey sky looked ready to pour, but nobody seemed to pay it any mind. Amidst the clamor, she hastened to the school gates. She passed by some students in animated conversation. They seemed to be talking about their after-school plans. Apparently, they were adamant about maximizing their free time. She could not figure how they could possibly be so irresponsibly focused on fun, but at the same time she was in no mood to make fun of or feel envious of them. 2 short years prior, she had been just like them for real, for real.
根は冷めてるのかな、私って。
She retied her scarf, this time more tightly, to give off an air of solitude, but she was fooling no one. After all, what people who feign solitude are really masking is rejection. Damn. Hits home, doesn't it?
そうよね。孤独っていうのはああいうのを言うもんでしょうし。
The area by the school gate was busier than usual. A group of boys appeared to be huddled behind it. Their transparent attempt to be discreet in terms of both location and loudness of voices did nothing to hide the fact that they were noisily arguing about a girl standing alone on the other side of the street. Oh. So she came by too. Wow, elegant music. The girl was cloaked in a black cape. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for normal attire, but those from Misaki could tell she wore the uniform of a prestigious girls' school. Said school had no connection to Misaki High in any way, shape, or form. The two schools were miles apart from both physically and spiritually. A member of that school's student body was a rare sighting, as the majority were forced to live in the school dorm. Reian Girls Academy had a reputation as a school for princesses, and it was rare indeed for one to be slumming with the common folk. That alone would have been enough to cause the ruckus among the boys, but this girl looked the epitome of class. One could not help but describe the standing figure as charming. The way she silently, motionlessly waited was reminiscent of a meticulously composed portrait. Alko took one look at her before instantly recalling that one word. Solitude. Oh yeah, that school was in Kara no Kyokai, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Wow. Disgusted, Aoko barged through the gates. At this point, she would normally head home, but today she crossed the street toward the waiting girl.
あれなるは生徒会長様。くそ、追っ払う気なのかよ。痛いんならいつまでだっていさせてあげればいいじゃんか。てか怒られる？怒られるのあの天使。よその生徒でも校門前にいるぐらいなら。
Wow.
別に問題はない。
They're simping, dude.
けど。青子女子は容赦ねえからな。下手すると平手だぜ。平手。
The boys ran their mouths behind her back. Not in the mood to shut them up, Alko walked right up to the girl and offered an informal wave.
どうしたのアリス？こんなところに来たって何も面白いことはないって言ったのに。
ありえねえ！
They're like, what? Well, sometimes even this visual novel has a bit of comedic moments. She heard the boys by the gate lose their collective minds and did her best to ignore them.
あのことを確かめに。青子。あの人たち邪魔なんだけど。
Oh.
分かってる。今追っ払うから。
Scary. In contrast to Alice's small voice, Alko spoke loud and clear. Naturally, this was on purpose, so as to deal with the riffraff by the gate all at once.
会長こっち来んぞ。おい押すなよ。後ろのやつどけって。俺校舎に逃げるから。いやでもあの子会長と知り合いなんでしょ。うまく会長に紹介してもらうとか。
I assume K&K takes place later than this, right? Because this was like late 80s or something. I think K&K is later than that, right? I could be wrong. Perhaps because too many of them had gathered in one place, the mob entered a frenzied panic as they tried to escape. This in the 90s, yeah, okay. Alco addressed them all.
さーて、部活動があるわけでもなし、ただ家に帰るだけの帰宅部の皆さん、こんなところで何を集まってるのか教えてくれる？
Damn, caught, dude. Now they're like, oh, you know, caught in 4K. Uh-oh. Shit, dude. Time to bounce. The student council president stared daggers at the boys.
何しろ試験前だもの。身になることなら私も教えてほしいけど、まさかガン首並べて女学院のお嬢様を眺めてただけなんてことはないわよね。
She's totally killing them here, dude. Come on, dude.
声をかける勇気もなくて眺めてただけなんてことは。
Not one of them was brave enough to admit that this hit the nail on the head. If any of them had such courage, they would have already been chatting the young lady up.
いや、僕教室にちょっと忘れ物が。
Damn, they're pussies, dude.
こんなオチならダメ元で玉砕しとくんだった。天文部に行って双眼鏡借りるのどうだ？屋上からお顔を賜るとか。天文部にそんなのねえよ。あるとしたら野鳥同好会じゃね？
それ先月会長が潰したじゃん。鳥めでてる暇があるなら彼女作れって。
Wow.
ああ、彼女作れですか。すみませんっす。今日は裏口から帰るっす。ザキさん。くそ、じゃあな会長、また明日。
And with those oh so charming remarks, the boys scattered with their tails between their legs.
楽しそうね、青子。
あ、わかる？
Her response slipped out all too easily. In truth, there were not that many bad apples at Misaki High, and dealing with them wasn't really that bad.
で、ここまで出向くってことは何か分かったの？
結界に残っていた気配の識別は、あとはここで確かめればいいだけよ。
そう。ん？アリス、いつからここに？
下校時刻から。
So she had been here for roughly an hour. Standing in the same place for an hour would be taxing for someone as sensitive to the cold as Alice.
悪いわね、無理させて。
別に好きでやってることだから。
As she spoke, her black eyes were fixed upon the gate and the students passing through it. She had likely been observing the gate in this manner for the past hour.
私を待ってたわけじゃないんでしょ？今からでも付き合うわ。
Alice nodded in assent. If Alice was still here, it meant she had not found the witness yet. If she had found the student, Alice would have already gone home ahead of Alco and begun the research to the student's background.
私の方はダメだった。
She reported the results of Tobimaru's investigation. Alice remained silent. With that, the conversation ended, leaving the two to silently endure the freezing wind. The silent stakeout dragged on endlessly. Students continued to pass the gate, each shocked at the sight of the unusual combo, and head home. After 20 minutes, Alco let a sigh escape her mouth, perhaps from boredom, perhaps from the cold, or perhaps from both.
ねえ、アリス。帰り黎明に寄ってかない？
She quickly turned to Alice to catch her reaction. Dawn was the name of one of Alco's favorite coffee shops. Offering no clear indication as to whether she was critical of Alco's blasé attitude or agreeing to her whims, Alice's gaze shifted ever so slightly. Alco followed her stare.
あれ、青崎も待ち合わせか？
Oh. Hello, that's a familiar voice. The sudden voice took her off guard. There was only one person who spoke with this gentle, good-natured tone. Uh-oh.
そう。やっぱそうなるわけか。
Well, this is awkward. Turning her back to Alice, Alco moved her focus to the newly appeared student.
それで、今日は何の用？
All politeness flew out the window. Already in a bad mood, Aoko's mood plummeted the longer she looked at Sojuro. The subtlety of her expression, however, was lost on him.
いや、これから駅前で水泳部の部長と待ち合わせなんだけど、そのことでお礼を言っておきたくて。
Well, that was completely unexpected. Thanks. Joining a club. Aoko had a hunch that he was about to say something brainless.
ふーん。お礼ってお礼参りってこと？
Fortunately, he was completely unaware of the more sinister implications to the word payback.
よくわからないけど、そんな大したことじゃないよ。ただ、水泳部は夏までそう忙しくないって話だったから。
He was just about to thank her for recommending a club that would not take him up much of his time when Aoko cut him off with an expression of disinterest.
当然でしょ。幽霊部員になりそうな生徒なんて紹介できないから。忙しいあなたでも務まりそうな場所があったから口に出しただけよ。
なるほど、無駄がないね。
His open admiration for her sapped her will to fight. Finding a suitable club and negotiating with its captain hadn't been an efficient use of her time at all.
とにかくお世話になったから、それで礼を言っときたくて。
He gratefully dipped his head, but not before the flustered Aoko stopped him.
よしてよ。今あなたにそんなことされても迷惑だから。それで、水泳部はどう？やっていけそう？
Wow. Showing interest. Did it? An awkwardness infiltrated her previously sharp gaze. Sojuro was able to pick up on the odd change in her behavior but could not divine its reason. So he simply started with what he knew so far and reported the most recent information he had.
ああ、水泳部はクビになった。
Bruh.
なんでよ
Well, that was fast. Shortest membership award goes to my guy. There's a reaction face for you too. Okay. She instinctively shouted at the unexpected response. Like a human jack-in-the-box. This unexpected development threw her mind in a tizzy, and she momentarily forgot the complicated feelings she had been wrestling with.
だって今から待ち合わせだって。
それは、これからヤシロギの温水プールに連れて行ってくれるからだよ。
He stated this very matter-of-factly to the still reeling Aoko.
話がつながらない。そこまでうまくいってるのに、どうして入部を拒否されるのよ、あんたは。
そりゃ、俺が泳げないからだろ。
He cannot swim. That's kind of unusual considering he's a man of the wild, right? Even if he's a mountain man, you know, considering how primal his life has been, you think he would be able to, you know, swim, but I guess not. No water though. Yeah. I mean, did they never leave the mountain though? Or the mountains? Aoko reached up with her fingers and pinched the bridge of her nose as she processed his answer.
しずきくん、昨日の私の質問は覚えてる？走るのか泳ぐのか、どっちがいいかってやつ。私の記憶は正しいけど、一応確認しておくわね。
Yeah, so if he had the choice between running and swimming, then he picked swimming knowing he can't swim anyway? What is this guy?
あなた、確かに泳ぐ方だって言ったけど。
ああ、昔から泳げないのはなんとか克服したから。
Oh, he wanted to learn to swim, but I assume the club wanted people who already know how to swim, I guess, because, you know, they're not really there to teach swimming. Her energy sped, Aoko finally understood.
俺が1年なら一から鍛えてくれたらしいんだけど。
Ah, he's too old now. Uh-oh, rip.
あと3ヶ月で3年になる身分なのに、金槌の部員は雇えないそうだ。
Too late.
けど部長が親身になってくれて、これから泳ぎを教えてくれる
Oh wow, personal lessons from the captain though. Oh. His words were spoken from a place of joy, a fact that failed to reach Aoko.
つまり欠陥品を売りつけたってわけか。こりゃ水泳部の部長に合わす顔がないと。ちょっと待った。
Oh.
しずきくん、水泳部の部長って。
She stopped herself short of a girl. She was afraid of how that might look, that she might not be able to rein herself in if she started.
もういいわ。気持ちは分かったから、どこか遠くにいてくれね。少し疲れてて、とてもじゃないけどあなたの相手はしていられない。
Is she having mixed feelings because he's getting tutored by another girl? Okay.
飛び丸もそんなことを言ってたな。青崎は昨日と今日珍しく疲れてるって。何かあったのか？
ちょっとね。でもいいの。解決したみたいだから。それより、しずきくんはどう見える？私、そんなに疲れて見えるのかな？
Why had she asked him this? Blurting out things for no reason and on impulse. This was not usual for Aoko. Perhaps it was because she realized that this would be their last chance to have a normal conversation. After a few moments of contemplation, he conjured up a grin that cut straight through the tension.
そうだな。疲れているというより生き生きしているように見える。仕方なく畑を耕している狼が久しぶりに狩りに出ることになって。
He's kind of spot on though. Uh-oh. He seemed so cheerful, like he was so happy for her. Oh, make her guilty about it, will ya? Without thinking, her hands went to her cheeks. If what he said were true, then she was grinning from ear to ear. Hey, Sleepy, how you doing? There was just no way she would have made such a mistake.
とにかくありがとう。じゃあ、また明日。
Perhaps still not comfortable enough to wave to her, he said his goodbye with sincerity in his voice and smile, and took his leave.
待って。こんな話があるの。聞いてから言って。
She called out after him. Her voice was cold as she admonished herself for having been somewhat affable earlier.
意味のない例え話よ。そうね。あなたが空腹で死にそうな時、目の前に同じように空腹で死にそうな2匹の動物がいるとするわ。しずきくんに銃をあげる。それでどちらかの動物を撃って。右はライオンで、左は子猫。選ぶのはあなたの自由だから。
Wow, this shot though. It was a fable-like moral dilemma, especially the way in which it was cruel and rather preachy. The kind that if you thought too hard about it, you would never find an answer. He answered quickly and calmly.
いや、撃たないと思うよ。だって自分の好きにしていいんだろ。それにほら、空腹ならお互い様だ。
Oh, pacifist over here. He was not in the least fazed by the dilemma. He gave the most innocent response. So innocent, in fact, that it would give anyone pause.
長生きするわ、あなた。
すごいセリフだな。そんなことを言われたのは、多分君が初めてだ。
Peter, who starts a conversation like that.
Do we have a voice called Peter? Or was that meant to be like a quote from someone? I don't understand the reference anyway. Interesting. Adorning his face was a smile wholly out of sync with his comment.
何よそれ。
She regretted stopping him. If only she had just watched him go, this conversation would have never happened. Oh, you meant to do Peter Griffin? Is that a voice that exists there? Sojuro made his way down the sloped street. Today, just like every day, he probably had to work late again. Only Aoko and Alice remained, with Alice doing what she could to simply blend in.
つくづくこっちのペースを乱してくれるわね。あのち。
Aoko clenched her right fist tightly as she cursed out loud. Anything to prevent herself from screaming at the top of her lungs. Whether that scream would be directed towards Sojuro or toward herself was another matter entirely. She heard Alice's soft voice behind her. Aoko knew what she was going to say, as she had known for the entire time. Ever since Alice, having shown no reaction to any of the other students, changed her expression upon seeing Sojuro.
言わなくてもいい。あいつでしょ、目撃者は。
Her voice was cold as ice. It was the voice of someone talking about a complete stranger. The lion and the kitten. There were pros and cons to choosing either of these animals, the point being that she had asked him to choose one of them. In terms of risk, the lion was the more dangerous choice. The instant the gun was pointed at it, there was the chance it would fight back. Those who chose the lion required more courage, but any sense of guilt that came with holding a gun would be forgotten. Lions were fierce creatures, a poor excuse to shoot an animal perhaps, but one that certainly helped alleviate the guilt. But what about the kitten, the weaker creature? It goes without saying that the kitten would be the easier target of the two, but choosing it would be a disquieting decision for anyone. Even if the kitten had no chance to survive, it was still too senseless to carry out. And to Aoko, Sojiro was that choice.
てっきり私もそうだと思ってた。
When she had felt that sinking feeling in the student council room, she ignored it. There was no getting around what must be done, she told herself. Until, that is, Sojiro went and said what he did, causing her resolve to waver. But the discomfort in her chest did not stem from any guilt she may have felt. She could not care less for Sojiro. He was weak and would be incredibly easy to deal with. Yet for some reason she could not dispel her reservations. A transfer student who moved to the city from the middle of nowhere with no family to speak of. Few would notice if he were to suddenly disappear compared to a person of some renown. If she were to kill him, it would be as simple as wringing a cat's neck. And it all served to just piss her off. It was too lucky, like everything was neatly handed to her. She wanted to just drop kick it right into orbit.
信じられない。私嫌がってる。これは違う。こんなの私じゃない。
Standing behind her, Alice heard all of the muttering. Nevertheless, she seemed to ignore it and said,
彼、首に布を巻いていたわね。
a wholly unrelated topic. She returned to her senses. Yeah, the bandages, huh?
ええ、水泳部の首とかけていたのかしら。
She had put much thought into this, as if it had a deeper meaning to her somehow.
そういえば、あいつ初めて会った時も首に布巻いてたっけ？襟を行儀よく締めてるから目立たないけど。
The conversation turned to idle nonsense. And though it solved none of her current problems, it did help calm Ao's frazzled nerves.
サンキュー。落ち着いたわ、アリス。
Oh, that was easy.
それと、気合も入った。善は急げ。あいつが言いふらす前に決着をつけよう。
Uh-oh. Pumped once more, Aoko turned her back to the school gate. For now, they would retire to the mansion and prepare for battle. Hey, it's trees. Oh, Piano is back. Plymouth Plow.
いいけど、いつ、どこで彼を殺すの？
She said quietly so as not to be overheard by anyone else. Or, you know, that's just how she always as well talks. She doesn't have to be quiet, she is always quiet. Normally, Aoko had to rein in that side of Alice, out in the open as they were, but this was far from a normal situation.
今日の夜、場所はとっておきの夢の国よ。
She gave a fearless laugh, a strangely pleasant sound like the kind one would make when meeting their lover. Wow, fade away. Oh, chapter 4, all scenarios read. Oh, next up is Night of the Witches 1. Okay, another save. We're breezing through. Freaking progress. Okay, let's see anything new on the archive. I don't think so, right? Again, this would just say new somewhere, either on the books or these, right? If these were new, right? So again, nothing new here. We can just keep reading. Okay. Let us commence. It's like an amusement park. Interesting. Next. Okay. look at this, the night sky. Chapter 5, or Episode 5, Night of the Witches 1. So it's going to be like a multi-part thing or something? Wow. Soljuro returned to his apartment on foot as per routine, under a blanket of clouds in the night sky. The rusty stairs of his apartment building clanged with each step. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the bicycles parked by the apartment building's outer wall. He debated the pros and cons of a bicycle, how much easier life would be versus the expense, the convenience versus the necessity, but in the end decided one was not right for him just now. Clutching the bag of apples under his arm, he took out the keys to his residence. He tilted his head in confusion. More and more he found himself preoccupied with such random thoughts, when the real issue at hand was deciding what to do with the apples he had received. He placed the paper bag by the sink and switched on the lights. It was just after 10 in the evening. With the end-of-term exams just around the corner, he had come home an hour earlier than usual. As he made back for the kitchen to pick one of the apples to snack on, he found an envelope stuffed in his mail slot. The envelope had no name, return address, or stamp. Inside was a single piece of paper that had only the sender's name and a short message. It read,
話があるので、今夜どこそこのここに来られたし、大事なようなので、来るまでずっと待っている。言うまでもなく、他言無用。
Wow, she's finally gonna confess to him, surely. A concise set of orders, neatly written. It was signed Aoko Aozaki. She had been considerate enough to enclose a detailed map of the meeting place. Puzzled, he cocked his head to the side, then headed out the door. Well, no questions asked, he just goes. Afterward, upon the room's sole tenant leaving the premises, the envelope burst into flames and evaporated without a trace, as though it had never existed in the first place. Wow, that's some Harry Potter shit right there. So far no traces, evidence left behind. By the late 80s, Japan's post-war economic boom had somewhat stabilized and the city experienced a period of steady growth. The city's modernization marched on, and the Japan Railway train station, a symbol of the new era, neared completion. In Misaki's neighboring town of Yashirogi, a new symbol of its own was about to be reborn. Oh, that looks interesting. Yashirogi bred in Kitsi land. It was Misaki's worst investment. Years later, it would be dubbed the fool's gold of the economic bubble, a relic of a bygone age.
Анастасия, спаси эту душу, ибо запал он на другую девушку. Ты должна появиться в гаче. Ви.
Okay, I see what you did there. Okay. Sure, dude. 10 years ago, Yashiroki's renowned Tokitsu Baking Company ran factories all across the nation. Its proprietor was a middle-aged gentleman, then age 56, by the name of Yurihiko Tokitsu, known affectionately by most as Toppan. He took it upon himself to begin developing on an estate on the outskirts of Yashirogi and broke ground on a recreational wonderland that he hoped to be the pride of Misaki City. The long-awaited opening came in 1981. After 3 years of investment, this local amusement park, full of all kinds of hopes and dreams, began its short-lived tenure. It covered more than 85 square acres. Its magnificent merry-go-round dazzled all who passed through the park's gates. Its roller coaster twisted and turned about the edges of the park like a writhing Japanese dragon. Its Ferris wheel, packed beyond necessity with gimmicks, was said to have tested the limits of modern engineering.
完璧だ。遊園地に必要なものは全て積み込んだ。
Old Yurihiko looked upon his creation and smiled. Only boosting his confidence was the fact that its grand opening was staged during a period of prosperity, the springtime of the world. But In spite of this, they splendidly miscalculated the balance between aspirations and sophistication. Its mascot, Kitsy, was poorly designed and appeared like a cheap knockoff. Oh, this chapter is very long. Well, I mean, we'll see how far I can get. The park was stuffed to the brim with bread stands. Even its impossible to navigate mirror maze seemed out of date from the start. There are no dreams to be had at Kitsyland, only nightmarish satire. Numerous trade magazines lambasted Kitsyland's shortcomings, and customer attendance declined. There was even an incident where a 6-year-old strayed from his mother, had an accident, and nearly died. 1986, 5 years after the park opened, the situation had grown from bad to worse, and the park was hemorrhaging money. On top of everything, Yurihiko, who had bet everything on the success of mascot Kitsy, retired, and Kitsyland's operations were officially in trouble. And thus, amidst the scorn of nearly all residents of the area, ended Misaki City's one and only amusement park. Rip Bozo. What's more, perhaps best described as a footnote to this debacle, the self-proclaimed Parisian artist who designed the mascot, Toki Julik, I don't know, was said to have snapped his brush in mourning over the closure of the park. Poor guy. Returning to the present. Wow, so it's like it's just an abandoned park now, right? Like they were taking it down as well, because one of his part-time jobs was helping with taking down this park as well, right? Yeah. It was midnight, and the Kitsy land of today was a shadow of its former glory. Like a doll abandoned in the corner of a toy box, the lonely park was illuminated only by the light of the town that continued to live around it. Sojiro closed the Yashiroki guidebook that he had picked up on the way here. The story of its history was almost difficult to believe, but he supposed this was what the people referred to as entropy. Or entropy. The park's front gate was unlocked. When he worked here the previous time, the iron fence was locked shut with a rusty chain, but the chain was nowhere to be seen, and the gate left ajar. Following the map drawn in the letter, he quickly made his way inside. He complained, quite out of character for him. It was probably because, in spite of his naivety, even he knew that something was amiss. Though the park was abandoned, this was still trespassing. Unlawful entry, larceny, burglary. These were certainly not things, or perhaps crimes, that he was proud to do, but... Gotta get that puss! Okay. Money apparently was why his conscience was gnawing at him. He clapped his hands in apology toward the statue of Kitsy, on whose eyes the paint had begun to aptly dissolve. He passed the mascot bleeding red paint from its eye sockets and began to walk the night park. This is chapter 5. The building's colors had faded. The collection of machines was rusted. The man-made residents no longer felt the passage of time. Even the ghosts themselves could not endure the disparity between this forsaken place and its previous grand stature. It was like a fossilized dream. These were the ruins of a paradise both created and abandoned by man and reality. The economy had stabilized, and the standard of living was on the rise. Nobody was overly concerned with the future. These were the remains of a wild and exciting era. His breath turning to white wisps before him, he continued through the abandoned amusement park. Though void of human presence, this was not nearly as frightening as the darkness deep in the mountains. City suburbs can take many different forms, but Kitsyland was unusual for an amusement park, in so much that it had been built adjacent to a residential district. The park was surrounded by a forest, but even that ultimately was man-made. It was no different from the curtains on a classroom window. If he were to scale the iron fence encircling Kitsyland and break through the 20 yards of afforested trees, he could make it back to the familiar townscape. Though the amusement park tended to arouse dread in the city folk, to Sojiro it was little different from the commotion and terror of downtown. Well, city phobia is real. The central plaza was as silent as a grave. According to the map, the meeting spot was west of here. Waiting for him at his destination was a rugged, imposing, magnificent castle towering before the backdrop of the cloudy night sky. Even for an abandoned park, it was a remarkable structure. If the roller coasters and the Ferris wheel were loud, intense attractions, this was comparatively quiet and easygoing. It was one of Kitsyland's 3 iconic structures and, in a way, the wicked fortress that guided this paradise down the path of closure. Generally speaking, amusement park mazes generally fell into one of 2 categories. Labyrinths, which disorient visitors with their sheer size, and mirror houses, which disorient visitors with optical illusions. Many of the labyrinth's guests enjoyed the brief sense of adventure that it afforded. Over the years, however, it would be usurped by the ever-increasing thrills of new attractions. Such was the way of all trends, the curse of fads. The new must give way to the newer. Yeah, it's like meme culture especially suffers from this, right? There's like constantly always like new memes that come out of nowhere and then everyone is gonna reference them, and then maybe even already a month later no one's gonna even remember or talk about it. So, fads. On the other hand, the House of Mirrors was a time-honored, beloved staple. Even within the confines of a classroom's dimensions, well-placed mirrors and well-directed light could both perplex and delight its visitors. And figuring in the cost of maintenance, a well-designed House of Mirrors could far outlive its labyrinth brethren. Even if both types had faded into obscurity, they would remain a staple of what constituted an amusement park. However, that didn't mean that combining them would produce double the fun. Together, they transformed from entertainment into an uncanny realm from which those who dared to step within could never leave. In a similar sense, Kitsy's Mystery Tour Castle was the park's very own other world. Indeed, 5% of visitors ended up requesting staff assistance to get out. Modeled after European castles, it was greater than a football field in length, and the interior was further split into 3 floors. 2 floors above ground and 1 below, lined with mirrors from top to bottom, equal parts complex and vast, the maze demanded at least 30 minutes even from veterans. One visit was all it took to be struck by catoptrophobia? I don't know, I assume it's a fear of maze or something. How the fuck do you pronounce that? Catoptrophobia? That is just such a tongue twister of a fucking word, dude. How do you pronounce that? I've never seen that word before. I assume, again, it's a fear of mazes or something, but what the fuck is that word, dude? I feel like it has like a syllable or 2 more than it should. Anyway, it was this labyrinth that now stood in his way.
真っ暗ってわけじゃないな。電気とかついてるんだろうか。
Oh, it's fear of mirrors, okay. It seemed that Sojiro, unaware of what a house of mirrors even was, concerned himself only with its lighting. He checked the letter from Aoko once more. The letter read, "I will be waiting in the first floor lobby of the House of Mirrors." That meeting place was definitely in here. There was something to see by at least, so he could just make out light faintly through the open doors. Putting aside his suspicions, he headed toward the entrance. The sound of his steps against the brick-laid path echoed faintly. He was far from the hustle and bustle of the city. The park's clocks no longer made tick nor talk, and the winter's bite no longer blew in the night. From within the silence, the stillness that would cause any onlooker to hold their breath, he stopped abruptly at the entrance to the House of Mirrors.
ところで青崎、そんなところで何してるんだ?
Oh, did he spot her or something? He called out, turning toward the plaza. Oh. Was that like a failed hiding attempt? A sound rang out as if someone had dove behind a garbage can and it fell to the ground in their haste. So wait, was she gonna follow him inside instead of waiting inside to get like a sneak attack or something? A short silence ensued. For a moment, the abandoned park returned to its previous hush. Well, like I'm, doing a normal stream right now, Jester, so, we'll see how far I get on this session. This is now the third session I'm streaming this game anyway. Resigned to her having been exposed, the girl appearing from her hiding place. The drip, though. The boots. Wow. That's a familiar look, I want to say. His voice died in his throat as he took in the sight of the girl's familiar face in unfamiliar attire. This Alco, with her long hair flowing in the breeze, was different from the one that he knew. Whoa. The resolute stance and posture she took exuded the strength of her will. She stared directly at him with a sharp-eyed, piercing gaze. Her eyes were glowing with a dim phosphoric light, enough to give Sojiro pause that he might be hallucinating. An icy coldness and a girl's strength. He lacked the sense of danger, but the sense of imbalance caused even him to feel the malice in the air. It was as though the Yuki Onna, spirit of folklore, had climbed out from a ghost story and appeared here in reality. Dude, so many creepy pastas were made from that frickin' folklore, dude.
Aozaki.
Oh. Instinctively, he took a step back. Surprised, he was starting to feel concerned. An unpleasant premonition rose to the surface, bringing with it a sense of anxiety. In spite of this, he felt obliged to honor urban etiquette by seeing if she was all right.
その顔を見るに何かあったのかと一応聞いておくんだけど。
Without acknowledging him, she took a step forward. Her figure, this atmosphere, Sojiro found himself recalling a recent memory. Ooh. His twisted and knotted apprehension melted away and was replaced with a growing realization. Aware. The girl before him was similar to someone he had seen before that night in the park, though he had only seen her from behind. With increasing certainty causing him to swallow nervously, he noted that they might as well have been identical.
何をしていたかって話なら見ての通りよ。ここで獲物が通り過ぎるのを待ってたの。あなたが入ってから私も入って逃げ道をなくすつもりだったから。
Well, at least she's honest about it. She said, perturbed by the swift change in plans.
そうか。待ち合わせ場所は合ってたんだな。
He was mightily relieved he had not got the wrong place. It was unclear whether he felt confident about dealing with what was to come, or if he had simply failed to grasp the hopelessness of the situation. Bear or man? I have no idea what you mean. Alco ignored his obtuse response and continued.
私はね、しずきくん。嫌いな人とか、憎い人とかは人並みにいるんだ。ただ、ちょっと変なのが敵になるやつの条件でね。
Damn, the shit list though. Cold emotion burned in her eyes. Her feet had already moved one step closer to him. Sojiro's sense of foreboding was growing stronger. Wondering if what he sensed was bloodlust, he retreated another step. Continuing as so, they maintained a distance of just 15 feet.
昔から私は嫌いな相手でも敵と思ったことはなかったの。でも逆に好きな相手を敵だと思うこともあった。理由は単純。
She held her right arm out. Uh-oh. The light about her was no illusion.
当たり前のことだけど、私は私の感情を乱すやつが敵なのよ。
Uh-oh. Her arm moved again. It was instantaneous. Whoa. Something shot past Sojiro in the blink of an eye, missing him by just a foot to his left. He's like, what? Before his eyes, a blue light, something akin to a fireball, had ignited from nothing.
Why you last?
He finally understood what was happening. Uh-oh. The music. She ignored his dim-witted reaction. She muttered to herself. The fist-sized hole the blue light had made in the house of mirrors crackled and smoldered. A shot like that could have easily caved in a human skull in addition to burning it to a crisp. Oh wow, Jesus. Okay, I mean, okay. Insert lightning bolts. Sojiro backed away swiftly. Yeah, luckily she's a game character, so it's all good. Things were beyond incomprehensible. He was close to losing the ability to think at all. All he could make out was the figure of the dependable student council president, or at least what he had thought was the president, and the memories of the park that night 2 days ago. He had never experienced anything like this, though most people living in a civilized country would have never seen anything like it either. A lethal weapon that could kill with nothing more than the pull of a trigger or finger had a way of suspending the ability of its target to determine between not just good and evil, but dreams and reality, past and future. And the more peaceful someone's life had been, the stronger that suspension was likely to be. All that one could think about was the fact that they were alive at that very moment. It was as if he was an unwritten character on a blank piece of white paper. There was no before, there was no after, there was only what came next. This was a very common thought process for anyone staring down the barrel of a gun. By saying it was pointless, she made it sound like she would not listen to what he had to say. However, he was in such a state of shock that it did not even enter his mind to speak up. All he knew for reasons unknown was that the girl in front of him wanted him dead. Yeah, come on. I mean, to be honest, he didn't know about this either. Yeah. Sojiro felt that if he had said that aloud, the second blast would come even quicker than the last, so he kept it to himself. His mental expletives stirred in his mind from paralysis to mere panic. This response came not from confidence, however. Someday, out of the blue, someone is going to kill me. While it may have seemed like a baseless belief to hold. To him, the situation seemed to perfectly align with his inexperienced understanding that the city was a coldly pragmatic place. As far as he was concerned at this moment, being killed by a classmate was not something to be surprised by. In a society where murder was possible, he was able to accept this situation this sort of situation as normal or natural. Of virtually no concern was the series of events that led to Aoko's aggression toward him. The only thing that truly confused him was Aoko's blue fireball. He swallowed with an audible gulp. To anyone who may have been watching, it was the response of a victim paralyzed by fear. Uh-oh.
魔術は隠匿するものなんて言ってもそっちには関係のないことだし単に運がなかったって思えばいいわ
This really is so reminiscent of, you know, just like it reminds me of Stay Night Prologue, where, you know, Rin and Archer are fighting Lancer in the school ground, then Shiro happens to see them, and then Ku catches up to him and kills him, like goes to kill him because he saw them, right? This is so reminiscent of that. You can tell it's like a thing Nasu does. Okay. Oh, new CG. Hello, that looks crisp though. Oh my god. Done talking, Alko once again lifted her right arm. There was a hum like a machine. Blue light began to revolve about her arm beneath her sleeve. This was taking longer than last time, leading Sojiro to believe that it was going to be much stronger than the attack that was still scorching the wall behind him. The realization caused his panic to heighten. Bro, you don't have to think so fast. Talking and thinking is a free action. You're good. Take your time, dude. His thoughts became jumbled. His heart pounded like a hammer. This was no time to be standing still. He was not sure if the girl in front of him was really human, and more importantly, even if he could accept the events unfolding before him when all was said and done. Ooh, another one. Damn, yeah, preach. Even if it was a fact of life in the city, Sojiro was not about to lie down and die. Oh. Wow, she got angry. His scream, still entirely oblivious, was just a thing to invoke Alko's full wrath. Ooh, oh, magic bullets. Pew, pew, pew. Nigerundayo. The classic. Alko fired a barrage of magical blue bullets. In an instant, he dashed into the shadows behind him, into the entrance to the House of Mirrors. Damn. He darted feverishly down the hall. After a mere few feet, he was left completely out of breath. This was due to his shock at seeing yet another attack, fiercer than the first, that he'd never seen in his life, and because he couldn't shake the thought that if he had moved even a second later, he would be dead. He could not afford to stop. The sound of merciless footsteps closed in behind him. He threw everything into his legs as he sprinted. A straight narrow passage about 60 feet long connected the entrance to the main lobby. At this rate, if he could just make it to the lobby, he was sure he would be able to find as many hiding spots as he needed. He arrived in a large open space. This was the first floor lobby. There were 3 passageways. One led to the basement floor, one connected to the first floor maze, the other one was set to a set of stairs leading to the second floor. He did not particularly care which one he chose, so, trusting his intuition, he made a run for the first floor maze when he smacked his head into a transparent wall. Oh, he got jebaited by mirrors or something? Uh-oh.
面倒だけど、それならフェアでしょ。追いかける方にも逃げる方にも有利不利がある。
Wow. A somehow cheerful voice echoed in his direction. Oh, the camera pan though. Uh-oh, oh, she's in the doorway. Look, she's down there on the bottom right. Yo, that's kind of menacing. Wait, she's becoming a bit more clear, is she? Is she actually moving? Bro, that's kind of menacing. Oh, yeah, I think she's a bit more clear. Oh my god. There was no need for him to even turn around. In the very same mirror he had crashed into, he could see Aoko's figure slowly approaching.
それと、1階の奥にある出口は封鎖しといたから。結界じゃなくて物理的に。
He's like, what the fuck is a bounded field?
やりすぎて封鎖っていうより瓦礫？土砂崩れ？どっちでもいっか。とにかく下手に出口に近づくと崩落に巻き込まれるから。生き埋めが嫌なら近寄らないことね。
Panicked by the impending footsteps, he groped for the wall. He could see the stairs to the second floor. He did not understand what Aoko had meant earlier, but he at least knew that the first floor was not going to save him.
私としてはそっちのが助かるけど。
Damn. She's smiling about it. Psychopath vibes.
形式上事故死の方が後始末とか楽だから。
Well, a bit of smug as well. Behind him was a creature beyond words. As she continued her idle taunting, she lifted her right arm instantaneously. Uh-oh. Even from above her clothes, one could see some kind of strange, incongruous pattern upon her body. Oh, magical circuits. Uh-oh. The veins beneath her skin. They made it seem as though something inhuman was circulating her body. Whether out of pity or repulsion, he stopped for just a moment. His pursuer evaded his gaze.
ああ、これ？普段は塗り薬で隠しているんだけど、今日は特別。
Oh.
魔術刻印って言ってね。
There you go.
魔術師の証み
She
たいな。
has the Aozaki crest, I suppose, as the inheritor.
ほら、光が回ってるでしょ？これがさっきのスナップ。わかりやすく言うと弾丸の元。今日は調子いいし、私魔力を効率よく使うのだけは自信あるし。うん。
Still got 30 bullets.
さっきみたいな装着ができる。
But wait, it can only stack up to 20. Hey, you're cheating, okay? You can only have 20 at max. What are you doing, Come on. Overpowered version is real. Perhaps she was on emotional high, for her voice had become frightfully friendly. The substance of the conversation could not have been any more unsettling, however. He's like, what? He's so clueless, dude.
わからない？弾数はあと30発ってこと。そこまで逃げ切ればあなたの勝ちよ。とりあえず今日のところはね。
今日はって明日もあるのかな。
He knit his brows. He's like, that's all he thinks of right now. Come on, dude. Alko's expression increased into a scowl at his behavior. Although he was panicking, it seems that deep down he still did not feel the full weight of the crises. She knew he still didn't get it.
宣言はしたわ。自由時間はこれで
Yeah,
おしま
why
い。
would she care though?
まだ罵り足りないだろうけど、ま、その手の時間はキリがないしね。この辺りで諦めて。
It appeared she had prepared this theatrical dialogue ahead of time, not to allow her opponent time for futile pleading, but to give him the time to curse her, his killer. Such forthrightness was her modus operandi. With this victim, however, it was not going as she had hoped.
とにかくそういうことだから。じゃ、狩りの時間と行きましょうか。
Well, her voice was void of emotion and her eyes ruthless as they bored into her prey. This time, Sojiro finally accepted that he was going to die. Ooh, whoa. What? Crazy. Okay, loaded in the new stuffs. Silent as the dead, it stepped into the remnants of a dream that had long since seen no visitors. There was no wind this night, nor a soul to be seen. Still, it heard the echoes from within, clasped its hands together, and grinned. Its form, with hands clasped, resembled that of a budding tulip. The bearing of this artificial flower reflected in the cloudy mirror of the ticket attendant's office next to the gate. Next to it stood a display board, corroded by years upon years of rust. Number of visitors today, 2. Number of blank today, blank. The board had graffiti crudely scrawled atop one of the words. It was replaced with deaths. The records board had long ago fallen to disrepair. After taking a full 10 seconds to digest what it was looking at, it made its own revision. Number of visitors today, 3. Number of deaths today, 1. Whoa. After appending this number with an index finger, she smiled like a flower. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Then she began to walk toward the source of the sound. Ooh. It had been 10 minutes since this rhapsody began to echo from the House of Mirrors. The amusement park's entrance returned to as it was before, soulless. Okay. In the end, even if Sojiro had been the luckiest man alive, there was no way he should have been able to escape. The question, however, was how much of this was by design, and how much was sheer coincidence. Even Alko, who had made all the arrangements, had no answer. Indeed, there were only 3 things she could say. It was taking longer than expected. He was putting up more resistance than she had anticipated, and that choosing the House of Mirrors had been a mistake. She had really screwed the pooch on this one. The location itself was an excellent choice, as the House of Mirrors was perfect for a hunting ground, but seeing her own incompetence reflected in the mirrors was beginning to grate on her. Nice reaction. She's like, oh! The moment Alko's right arm began to glow, he made a beeline for the staircase in front of him. A strobing series of blue flashes lit the room behind him. The hunter calmly followed her prey, and the prey desperately ran for his life up the stairs. I like that it's like a cylinder of a revolver or something that just, you know, uses the circuitry. Wow. Toriga off. In stark contrast to Sojiro's frenzied escape, Alko walked briskly up the stairs. She elected not to run after her prey in order to maintain a set distance. As she lacked coincidence or confidence in her accuracy, she would be most challenged if Sojiro bull rushed her and went down fighting. But at a distance of 30 or so feet, he posed no threat. By the time her prey drew near, she could fire 10 shots and hit with at least 4 of them. Their positioning just a moment ago hadn't been ideal. At this distance, in a space this open, there was a chance, however small, that it would turn into a fistfight if he flanked and charged her. This kind of reminds me of, was it Unlimited Blade Works where Rin was kind of, you know, hunting Shiro in the school, like blasting him too? It wasn't like nearly as serious looking as this, but it was still a thing. Currently, Alko's best weapon was the bullets from her right arm. If she was going to capitalize on that advantage, it was in her best interest not to close the gap between them. If there was a good time to approach, it was only after her prey had become exhausted and had lost the will to continue. Would she... Oh my god, is someone calling me again? Fuck off, dude. Would she pierce his leg, shoot him in the back? Or perhaps would he just give up after losing himself in the labyrinth? The hunt would end when her target sustained some sort of injury and became unable to run. On Sojiro's end, he could barely bite back on screaming as he bolted through the maze. Even running in a straight line had become difficult, much less searching for an exit. The corridor stretched out far before him, or so the mirrors blocking the path had made it seem. Panicked, he made a turn to the right. Damn. Clutching his head in his right arm, he led with his left, groping through the air to see whether a wall was there or not. He dove down the hall to the left, narrowly dodging the bullets targeting his life. Urged on by the sound of approaching footsteps, he ran without thinking. That last one was close. A hair closer would have meant his life. He caught the odor of burnt hair from the back of his neck. He was very lucky, or perhaps very unlucky. If he were actually lucky, he would not be in this situation in the first place. Yeah, I was about to say that. The second floor of the House of Mirrors was structured like a giant spiral. It wound left, starting from the outside wall. Eventually, it would lead to a dead end. The more he tried to escape, the more concerned he would become, as though he were trapped in a twisted guillotine. His stifled screams threatened to leak out as complaints. No matter what he did, he was going to be killed. All of his struggling merely served to prolong the inevitable. Yet he ran. Yo, the slow-mo though. No matter how many mirrored walls he rammed himself into, he ran. Even after crashing so hard that his forehead bled and he saw stars, he ran. Pain shot through him at every turn. The more frantically he ran, the more intensely he smashed into the invisible walls. Dude, if this was Dark Souls, maybe some of them would open up. His body began to understand this rule and begged him not to run anymore. His breath was already ragged after sprinting a couple hundred feet. No matter how he thought about it, this was not normal. This was way too crazy. This was all just a bad joke. If he turned around now, she would apologize to him for taking it too far. His mind had gone blank. As his body continued to slam into the mirrors again and again, his feet slowed as he began to believe that perhaps it really was all a joke. But then he felt a chill, a touch of death upon his neck. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he knew this kind of terrible chill far too well. Ever since he arrived to the city, he had come face to face with more than one or two near-death experiences. For someone who did not understand city life, his present predicament was not unlike when he experienced the traffic on the streets or the commuter rush on the station platform. He was far from an innocent babe, unable to comprehend life or fear. Rather, everything he had ever known became irrelevant when he was flung into a completely different cultural sphere. Even society's promises of safety, something urbanites took for granted, were threats unknown. So, he was used to this already, though if he were to be honest, he was dissatisfied with some things. Things superfluous to necessity. This world was overflowing with valueless things, and they were all dangerous in some way. Dude, it's Nasu. You know it's Nasu when there's cranes. Like, you know, construction cranes. Even the everyday necessities sold at convenience stores were, as far as he was concerned, amazing tools. Civilization had raised the standard of living so high that it had numbed humanity's sense of danger. The city's constant pursuit of wealth and convenience was a poison to a country boy like him. And he did not have the capacity to accept these conveniences. That it was possible for such conveniences to easily and suddenly be misused and cause unintended accidents had always made him anxious. Why? He had to wonder why he was even here. How ironic. It took the real threat of death to finally make him realize, like a divine revelation, what he'd failed to understand until now. He'd always had to accept the unexpected. Near-death experiences were more common than one might think. To begin with, safety was something that came at a price. Being alive meant that the opposite was always lurking around the corner. It was just like a street light at night. When the sun rose, its illumination would naturally disappear. Another barrage of strange projectiles whizzed mercilessly by him. He recalled in the back of his mind the charred remains of someone at the hands of the blue flame 2 nights prior. Well, I guess it was a mannequin, but yeah, still. Somehow this situation reminded him of a horse being led by a dangling carrot. For now he lifted his head and continued to run through the labyrinth. But for what purpose? Though he knew the pain in his chest was very real, he felt disconnected from it. The night sky visible through the skylight was a muddy ultramarine, no longer resembling the one he knew. And managed to calm himself. Sojiro began to laugh in despair, as though something rather precious had been broken. Everything had become meaningless anyway. Even so, his legs somehow made their way forward at the sight of her reflection in the mirror. Oh, she's everywhere, dude. Like a game of cat and mouse, he fled through the labyrinth of mirrors. Then after 4 minutes, that strangely unreal tension ended. The 9th shot of blue light hit inches away from him. It exploded the moment it made impact, launching him into the opposite wall. Of all the fire he had taken thus far, this shot indisputably brought him the closest to death. Well, depends on what you're looking for, Defty. Groaning, he collapsed to the floor. His back was on fire with pain. He was not bleeding, and was lucky he could even still scream. Yet his body refused to move. Physically and mentally, he still had something to spare. The pain was not so bad that he couldn't get back up. It was just that there was a skylight above him, and he could glimpse the dark of the night sky beyond. Something chill. Watch the Aria series. It's like the best show ever. Like if you just want to have a nice time, feel good, relax. The best thing ever. The feeling that overcame him was a raw, selfish bout of grief. Oh, it was just so cruel to have to stare at that for the remainder of whatever short life he had left. Aria, yeah. It has multiple seasons and entries, but the first one is Aria the animation. Then season 2 is Aria the natural, and season 3 is Aria the origination. That's the original stuff. There's newer stuff too that focuses on other characters. It's good too, but the original is like the goated material, I would say, the first 3 seasons. Just amazing. Sojiro's ragged breath slowed. For all intents and purposes, he had given up. He had given up fleeing from the pursuing footsteps and perhaps even the root of all his problems. Slice of life. Yeah. It's an Yashike, first and foremost, like a healing type show, but it's also slice of life, yeah. But it's very nice. And the girls, the main trio, they're so good. I love their interaction. I love the characters so much. Not just them, but like all the others too. Sojiro felt things that in any other circumstance he would never feel. Incidentally, without exaggeration or embellishment, this was the only mistake he had ever made in his entire life. Staring vacantly into the night sky above, he listened as the footsteps drew nearer.
Give up?
It was the closest her voice had ever been to him. Perhaps feeling that he really had given up, she approached his collapsed form. In the dark, mirror-lined corridor, he could not make out her expression. Without a word, he raised his eyes to meet his murderer.
返事がないならそれでいいけど。調子狂うわ。普通どうして殺そうとするのかぐらい聞くものじゃない?
Yeah, he never asked why. He was just like, hey, killing's bad. And then he was like, oh, I gotta go. Alko spoke from within the shadows. Whoa. His eyes widened in bewilderment. Now that she had mentioned it, he realized that would have been the obvious question to ask. Yeah, Yuru Camp is the other amazing healing stuff that I've seen, yeah. I think I prefer Aria a little bit, but Yuru Camp is also amazing. Like, they're both like god tier healing stuffs, for sure. And, you know, chill in general. He had more or less picked up on the fact that he was being killed for learning some secret, but it was human nature to want to know more. Yeah, the season 3 is currently airing. I'm watching it. In fact, I'm watching it later today. A simple affirmation. His face was a mixture of resignation and a forlorn longing. He thought for a moment before. Wow. Damn, he's like, you know what? I don't care. He's like, fuck it, dude. He doesn't even want to hear it. He responded in a mature, subdued voice. His response was clear, rather gallantly so.
そう。じゃ、殺すけど。死ぬの怖くないの？
怖いに決まってる。何より痛そうだ。
True. His face turned wry as he objected, to which Alco frowned. As nonchalant as he could be, he was honest about his feelings.
そりゃ怖いでしょ。私だって怖いと思うし。でも悪いわね。我慢して。人でなしと罵ってくれて結構よ。今の私は本当にその通りだから。そういった意味じゃあんたと同じ。普通の道徳がないのよ。だから必要なら人も殺せる。
His finger twitched in response to her indifferent tone, as if to say that despite having given up on just about everything, his body could not let those words slide.
人殺しなんて良くないぞ。
Damn, he's saying it again.
分かってるって言ってるでしょ。
She raised her right hand. The light from the crest illuminated her face. It goes without saying that her expression was unchanged. She was not crying, nor was she smiling. She was a young woman who had excised her feelings. Deal with it was another thing Sojiro could not let slide. He could read on Alco's face that she was not herself. She was in pain, and to a degree he had never seen in her.
すまない。ちょっといいかな。
何？ここまで悲壮感を盛り上げておいて、やっぱり逃げるなんてのは却下よ。
He unconsciously smiled at her ruthless counter and breathed a sigh of relief. He had misread the pain he saw in her face. This was the same Alco. He laughed out loud in genuine joy, a laugh that most people would have taken as an insult.
遺言でも聞いてあげようと思った私が甘かった。っていうか、今の小バカにした笑いがあんたの遺言ってことで OK？
Well.
いや、そうじゃなくて、あそこにいる人は青崎の友人なのか？
Whoa. Oh. Hello. Out of nowhere, he pointed behind her.
はあ？
She thought that it must have been an old, overused distraction technique. I said, oh, hey, look, behind you. If this had been a Japanese comedy act, this would be the part where she gave him a whack with a paper fan. But after giving it a second thought, she realized he didn't have the capacity for understanding old or even new tricks.
あんた、何言って。
Perhaps his honest disposition had been to his benefit. Without thinking, she gave in to her curiosity and turned her gaze toward the direction in which his finger was pointed. And there, something that should not have been there in the maze, something with a creaky, wooded smile. Is that a mannequin? It was the ominous, creepy, uncanny figure of a girl. Whoa. The blue light is back here. Oh! An unusual figure with 2 arms and 2 legs stood silently in the darkness. If only for a moment, its beauty, which was even apparent from afar, dulled the insanity of the current situation. Bruh, oh my god. That's kinda scary. Extend, extend, extend. The utterly unknown threat made Alco freeze on the spot. Avoiding it didn't even occur to her. Humans possess intelligence and knowledge, but when confronted with the unknown, they fail to process what to do, and... Whoa. Whoa. She was hit. A shriek escaped her mouth. The magical attack crossed the 30-foot gap in an instant. Oh yeah, is this what the FGO like disruption icon is based on? Huh. Like is it the like MP seal skill thingy? Like that's the seal thingy, right? Yeah. Like those skills have this icon. If I mean not always, but you know, this is what it represents. Wow. Cool. I don't think it's the stun. The stun is blue. This is red. I think it's the other one. It's not the stun one, right? I think that's different. Anyway, the arm of the girl who had appeared at the rear of the corridor was slender and quick. It extended to a near impossible length, striking Alco from behind. This is basically like cursed time going Zabani and just wow. Damn, dude. Bam. She crashed into the wall as she fought back an anguished whimper. The attacker retracted her arm. That was kind of creepy the way it went back. Sojuro sprang to his feet. He darted to her side and used all the strength he could muster to get her to her feet. He could not believe how light she was. In his mind, she was an extraordinary individual. He'd expected that if he were to ever touch her, it would be apparent that she was stronger than he. But in reality, she felt about as heavy as you would expect a 100-pound girl to feel. Damn, she's light though. Oh, dude. Look at that, dude. Shit, dude. That is spooky. Meanwhile, that thing continued to reel in its arm as if it were some sort of mechanism. Having extended more than 30 feet from the elbow joint, it clanked as it returned to its previous shape and size. Uh-oh. She tore her hand away from Sojuro's. Suddenly she felt her knees buckle from under her, but he caught her before she could hit the ground and helped her to her feet. He looked back at the eerie shadow 30 feet away as it finished retracting its arm. She grabbed her lower back as she answered. Uh-oh, something's wrong. A searing pain shot through her. Oh, is it the stun icon? Okay, sure. She tried to steady her breathing as she assessed the damage done to her back. The pain was quick to fade and her breathing returned to normal. For the time being, her motor functions were no longer hindered. Oh, they just changed the color in FGO, but it's meant to be that anyway. Okay. I guess that makes sense then. Which meant the real damage was elsewhere. Blue light glowed across the room. The magical energy generated by her breathing was accumulating in her right arm. If magical energy was the fuel, the formula was the igniter. For Aoko, this was a little more than a reenactment of 2 evenings ago. Next time the puppet extended its arm, Aoko would fire a magical bullet as fast as she could. A battle of approximately 30 feet. As long as Aoko could secure a 2-second window, she could create a counterattack to end their duel. It made its move. With its head tilted down, there was no expression to be seen, and in the darkness, its apparent age was impossible to make out. To the 2 humans, the puppet was not dissimilar to a faceless ghost. Its left arm slowly came up with a grinding sound. Its movements were dull, as if the joints were rusty. The right arm, which had been extended earlier, hung at its side. Though the puppet's mouth was hidden by its long locks, the sense was that it was smiling. Uh-oh. She threw herself into Sojuro and extended her hand. Its arm extended at that very moment. The timing was impeccable. In a single second, Aoko's snap bullet scored a direct hit on the puppet's arm, throwing off its trajectory and sending it crashing into the puppet's body with a violent explosion. Or at least that is what would have happened had the formula been invoked. Uh-oh. Now what? Damn, the hair, not the hair. She barely avoided being struck once again. When her magecraft failed her, intuition took over and she managed to get away. So she can't cast now, I guess? She clenched her teeth in frustration, her thoughts racing a mile a minute. Fight or flight. It only had one arm left, which would take time to retract. Oh, so it just did 2 arms at once, I guess. This was the best shot Alco had at defeating it. If she could evade the right arm for just a fraction, she could get close enough to... That's Italian, right, I assume? I think it's Italian. Wow. Interesting. A crackle echoed through the corridor. The poetic murmurs contained enough magical energy for a mage to perceive. Oh, Latin. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. I always confuse the two because they're very similar. The verse itself was Latin, yeah, but it contained hints of a language of curses. Gonder. Originally, they were words meant to curse a hated adversary. However... Well, the puppet was directing the words at itself. Curses beget curses. The victim calls down a curse on the assailant, creating a vicious cycle of negativity. The incantation was meant to do just that. However, this was ultimately a one-puppet show, an unprecedented source of power akin to auto-intoxication. As unbelievable as it seemed, the cycle of curses had been turned into a perpetual motion device. She abandoned the idea of digging her heels in. It was the time to flee with all due haste. She grabbed Sojiro's hand and ran as fast as she could, deeper into the realm of mirrors. The crackling voice continued its murmuring behind them. Amogus.
Et omnes nos edem fims, omnes nos peccatorres sums. Venite domum meum, lut simile somnium, et pulvere simile quotidianum, corruprebo.
Well, poetic.
Te judico.
Oh my god, that's pretty creepy. Whoa. Okay. Alka fought against the pain in her back as she ran through the mirrored corridor. She dragged Sojiro by the hand. She's paralyzed, bro. She cursed inwardly as much of a mess she felt, though. Unlike Sojiro, she did not run into any transparent walls. Thanks not to superior sight, but rather preparation, she hammered the layout of the building into her memory. Oh yeah, it's kind of like the meme emoji combo. You're right. Her matter-of-fact answer contrasted with Sojiro's nervous questioning. The corridor grew shorter with each and every left turn. At first, they were able to advance in a straight line for about 100 feet at a time, but by now they were forced to turn a corner every 50 feet or so. Automatas. So obviously the FGO ones are based on this stuff too, right? Yeah. These are a bit more scary looking though. Sojiro furrowed his brows. He was grateful that he was answering his question, or she was answering his questions, but baffled by the strange words she was using.
Aozaki, stop. もう随分走ったぞ。あいつは曲がり角一つ分向こうだ。少し休もう。
His words suggested that he was still concerned about her injuries. She shook her head in irritation.
あの距離を狙ってくる相手に通路一つ分のリードは無意味よ。せめて二つ分に行くまで走るの。
He nodded. With that matter settled, he asked.
なんで俺を連れて行ってるんだ？
逃げられたくないからじゃない、バカ。
Okay, that's kind of weird though, but he would get killed though, right? So isn't that good? Anyway, well, I guess she can't have guarantees, so who knows? Answering curtly, she glared at her naive prey. The two of them headed for the next corner. Their legs began to slow as they rounded one more. Aoko rubbed her back as she tried to catch her breath. Though she had insisted that she was fine, it appeared to have been bravado. Even the usually clueless Sojiro felt the desperation they were in. He stood behind her with his arms folded. While they had a moment, he tried to make sense of everything. First, Aoko had nearly killed him. Though he was saved at the last possible second, it was by the strange, stretchy woman Aoko had burned to ashes 2 nights prior. Hey, Alpha. He could barely make it out that night, but he considered it a her because it looked female. The woman's attack wounded Aoko's back and forced her to flee. She had taken Sojiro with her, claiming that the reason she did so was to prevent her prey from escaping. In other words,
青崎はまだ諦めてないんだな。
当たり前よ。あんなやつ、仮に2体と半分始末しても、あんた用の余力は残せるわ。
Her tone was sharp, but even Sojiro could see that she was struggling to stay confident. The damage to her body was too much to afford any optimism. Still, the fury in her eyes refused to accept her circumstances.
中がところどころショートしてる。あの右腕は回路を混戦させるジャミングってわけ。
Skill seal. Though the proper response would have been for her to tremble in fear, she did nothing but shake her fists in anger. The disruption of formulae was only supposed to work on absolute beginners. If it had been her roommate, the arm would have been repelled the instant it hit her and the attacker's circuits burned out, rather than her own. Attempting to establish a link to the circuits of another mage was like presenting your heart on a silver platter. It would be of no use in a battle against a superior mage. And yet her adversary had been designed to do just that. Coupled with the attacks on areas of Misaki under Aoko's jurisdiction these last few weeks, it was a clear statement from the enemy, who had revealed itself as a fellow mage 2 days ago. In other words, the puppet saw Aoko as no threat at all.
敵ながら正確な判断だこと。
While she was still angry, the whirlwind of emotions within her started to fade. Her face was that of a hunter far beyond her years.
なんか俺の時より真剣だな。
まあね、あんたの時は遊びが入ってたし。
Sojiro was not sure whether to be happy or sad about that, or at that.
わからないことだらけで何を聞いていいかわからないんだけど、一つだけいいか。
Aoko didn't respond. Her eyes were focused on the darkness before them. The silence was heavy and the darkness was like a noose closing in on them. But Sojiro continued in spite of her indifference.
青崎はあいつも殺すのか。
A stillness fell over them. It was as if the gloom was pulling them in. No response. Their breathing was the only sound echoing in the dim corridor. There stood Sojiro, forcing her to confront her sins and the magician girl who continued to ignore him. They spent a few sessions seemingly frozen in time.
それがあなたのキーワードみたいね。
Aoko whispered in a lifeless tone. Her sigh was tingled with both resignation and contempt.
何？
独り言よ、忘れて。それと言っとくけど、あいつは人間じゃないわ。信じられないだろうけど、自分の意志で動く人形なの。この前のも、今のやつもね。
He nodded as he processed the information. Not only did he not doubt her story, he seemed to have accepted it at face value.
なんか落ち着いてるわね、あなた。
まさか。もう何が何だかわからないから。
Yeah, he's just like, you know what? I don't understand what's happening, but hey, I'm just happy to be here. Why not?
ただ、人形に関しては別にどうということはない。
もしかして他でも自動人形を見たことあるとか？
都会の人形ってああいうものじゃないのか？
Huh? What is he waffling about? She barely stopped herself from falling to her knees. You know what? Just go with it, dude. Of course, how could she have forgotten? She was dealing with a bona fide natural-born moron. As a student who transferred from the isolation of the mountains like an endangered species, his utter lack of common sense rendered anything miraculous as mundane. If automobiles were moving hunks of metal, then moving puppets were nothing to write home about. Wait, that meant, to him, the incident from the other night hadn't been extraordinary at all. So yeah, she didn't even have to kill him because she even brushed it off as like hallucination anyway. So what the fuck, dude? This was all pointless anyway. But she didn't realize that, like how dumb he can be, or clueless rather. Okay. He might have even assumed it was an everyday occurrence in the city.
参った。いっぺん頭の中覗いてみたいっていうか、ほんと、ここまで来ると感心するわ。調子が狂うのも当然だった。普通は私に襲われた時点でもっと違う反応をするはずなのに。化け物とか、お化けとかさ。でもあなたにとっては、そういうこともある、で済まされてたわけなんだ。なんかバカみたいね、私。
Her strained face returned to normal for a moment. It hit her. There had been another way to handle this without anyone getting hurt. But the damage had already been done. There were no do-overs in life, nor should there be. Her own mistaken assumptions had sent that situation spiraling out of control. But now that Sojuro was involved, she had to make sure that her secret was safe with him. Even if there had been another, better option, that ship had sailed. Human relationships were ultimately driven by mutual misunderstandings. They were like tapestries, woven from mismatched intentions. Very poetic. Of course. Dasu writing and all that. Break time was over. There stood Aoko and Sojuro. Their first ever idle conversation had come to an end. Not that they had a choice in the matter. It was the jarring murmuring from around the corner that cut it short. Well. The enemy was just around the corner, visible in the mirrors parallel to it.
悠長に話してる場合じゃないわね。とにかく今は距離を。
Uh-oh. The hell, the new projectiles? Uh-oh. In contrast to Aoko's elegant blues, its light were a malicious red. Gunder. Yo, even Ring can do that, right? There was a momentary flash of light before she even extended her arm. But the instant she saw the enemy, her dormant feelings erupted once more. Whoa. Damn, she channeled all of her pent-up anger and shunted it into her right arm. The fog that filled the corridor was no magical weaving, but rather a barrier of raw energy. It was equivalent to setting ablaze 3 buckets of gasoline to create a wall of fire, in the hope it would stop an arrow in flight. If the puppet had attacked it with its arm, it would have pierced such a wall easily, but because it had loosed curses, with no definite form, the wall of energy repelled the attack. While it was a huge waste of magical energy, it was the only means she had to protect herself at that very moment. Unfortunately, its protection was reserved for Aoko alone. Oh, did my guy just catch strays? He held his hand to his mouth. While the curse had been weakened to the point where Aoko could no longer feel it, it had plenty of effect on him, who was not a mage. As if it understood this fact, the puppet turned its gaze from Aoko to the unanticipated human behind her. Enraged, she swung her arm forward once again. The blue light formed a wall to block the Gondor for a scant few seconds. Gonna sneeze again. Oh, 2? Fuck, dude. I can't. I freaking can't, man. 4 sneezes this stream. Okay. Honestly, I'm expecting more later anyway still. Okay. It's not allergy. I have no allergies. I just sneeze like crazy. I'm just weird like that. It was enough of an opening to exploit. Just as Aoko was forming the wall, the puppet pointed its right arm at her face and... Uh-oh. Before the rocket of death could be fired, Sojiro scooped her up into his arms. Oh, is this gonna be a princess carry? How he mustered the strength to do so was a mystery, but he turned his back on the puppet and took off running. I think it is, yeah. He was a nimble sprinter, resembling a deer leaping across obstacles. He rounded 2 more corners, ignored whatever complaints she was making, and eventually stopped in the middle of the 2nd floor. He set her down. Okay. His shoulders heaved as he caught his breath. As light as she was, running while carrying someone else would make anyone winded. She looked up at him in incomprehension.
I wish Myst carry me like that, I mean what?
Bro, I can't carry shit. I'm not strong, man. Sorry to break your illusion. It made no sense to her. If he had the stamina to pick her up and run, surely he could have stood up and escaped when he had been downed earlier. Also, not to sound too toxic, but chances are you're way heavier than Aoko is anyway. So, you know, that's another problem. His words were unfiltered as ever. Yeah, like what I just said. Though right then, fighting for their lives, he lacked some of his unusual absent-mindedness. I'm not even saying you're fat. You're probably not. But I'm saying, like, you know, if you're an adult male, which I think you are, chances are you weigh more than, you know, this kinda skinny high school girl, you know? So, again, I'm not trying to make it sound like you're fat. You're 23, yeah. You should, if you're somehow lighter than her, that's kind of weird. But yeah, sure. Though he may have turned away because he regretted saying it aloud, his words spoke volumes. For some reason, it pained Aoko to see him like that. Scandinavia. Yo, there's the defenseless. Damn, defenseless Sojiro, huh? She's like 45 to 50 kilos, yeah. Yeah, you're sure definitely way above that. She had no idea why he was relieved, but she gritted her teeth and fought down the urge to snap at him. There was no use in yelling at a time like this. Above all, she felt that it would have been petty in the extreme to voice her annoyance right now. This time it was not false bravado. Such an enemy would be normally a breeze for Aoko. But her shameful negligence had led to the disruption of her circuits, making her even less formidable than her enemy. At this point, she had no way of attacking. The only option left to her was to wait for it to expend all of its magical energy, but its perpetual curse mechanism made that a non-starter. This game of tag would not end until one of them was dead. She realized that she was in the same position she had cornered Sojiro in earlier. She glanced at her right arm. She could not imagine how she had gotten into such a mess with her magical energy at more than half of its capacity. You would have to be pretty strong for that, Beetle. This had to be karma for having enjoyed toying with Sojiro earlier. Well, I guess, I don't know, maybe you could carry me, I don't know. Depends on how strong you are. In fact, actually, because I weigh myself every week, and I weigh myself on the morning of Fridays, today being a Friday. I know exactly how much I weigh right now. I weigh, I believe it was 74.6 kilos. So if you can carry 74.6, then I guess you're fine, you know? She grumbled under her breath as she shifted her focus. Just the average of an adult male. Yeah, I'm okay with my height. Not always was the case, but nowadays I'm okay for my height. How tall am I? I'm 180 centimeters. She had the fuel for the fire, but not the igniter. And that killing machine would chase her until the end of time if need be. Is that in English? I have no idea, sadly. I can't do feet. Okay, that sounds out of context, but you know what I mean. 5'11". Okay, there you go. What she would do next was blindingly clear. She had to get back to normal. It's like the average height for adult males in Finland. Pretty much.
確かよし合ってるしずきくんそこに横道あるのわかる
She pointed, but he could see nothing but the walls of the corridor. For one thing, the floor had nothing but left turns, but she was pointing to the right. I'm definitely not like skinny as fuck, Wiseman, but like I still want to go down like another 5 kilos or so. Then I would be like around the part where I would be very happy at. But I'm still okay with this, you know? But at some point, I'm probably just gonna, you know, cut more down on the calories, be in that deficit, and just drop like another 4 or 5 kilos still. And then I think I would be tippity toppers for my weight at least. That's not just talking about muscle, of course. Like, exercise could be a different thing. I'm just talking about the ideal weight I want to be at.
2階は中心まで行くと1階に降りる階段があるんだけど、それは私が壊したから使えないの。けど、ここの作りも意地が悪くてね。よく見れば。
Yeah, I wanna be on the lighter side pots, yeah.
上級者だけにわかる抜け道ってやつ。
Again, that's not... If I were like actually training and, you know, building muscle, then I could be a bit higher than that, of course. But right now, I would just, you know, I want to be a bit lighter.
あとは注意して探せば、1階の階段までショートカットできる。悪いけど。
Damn, that's pretty skinny at that point, Jean. Alko turned her back to Sojiro and started walking in the opposite direction of the escape route and down the long corridor toward the puppet in pursuit.
あいつは無差別だから、ここで壊さないといけない。
Alright.
魔術師は
Time for the decisive moment.
あいつの目的は私のわけだし、結果がどうあれ、すっきりするでしょ。
If Alko won, the puppet would be destroyed. If she lost, its objective would be complete and it would shut down. Either way, them going their separate ways would mean Sojiro survived. This is what Alko meant. Though she explained it as if the events were happening to two totally different people.
運が良ければ入り口までたどり着けるわ。それじゃあ、また明日ね。
Pretty casual. See ya tomorrow after all this. Bruh. Even he could tell she was just trying to act tough, but she had already disappeared around the corner by the time he thought to stop her. Nice weather in Finland today. It actually seems to be very warm right now. It's like 25 degrees according to my PC, which is probably the warmest it's been this entire year. So, yeah, I think it's pretty warm and sunny. Mentally, Alko bemoaned the disasters she was in. The quality of this puppet was on a completely different level compared to the one from the park 2 days ago. An auto-incanting perpetual motion machine was a rarity in and of itself, but this puppet was also equipped for battle with its extending arms and Gondor projecting crystalline eyes. Ooh. It was a first-class product that, if put on the market, would sell for hundreds of millions of yen. Yeah, I would like to buy a killer robot. Yeah, like what? Although that was only when factoring in its value as an antique. For the purposes of combat, it would have made more sense to mobilize a significantly less expensive familiar. To use such a precious commodity as a tool for murder marked this puppet's master as a completely different breed of crazy from the enemies she had faced up until now. Ooh, what is this? Oh, is this what the puppet sees? Oh, that's kind of cool. It can easily like tell where people are, huh? Wow. It's like infrared kinda similar thing. Oh yeah, that probably is bad for the bitrate because of the grain, yeah. A sound of crackling music box filled the air. The automata, animated by its own curses, approached. The corridor measured approximately 30 feet in length, alkaline in weight around the corner further down the hall, anticipating the puppet's appearance. Yeah, that is pretty creepy, yeah. This was not to buy Sojiro time to escape, far from it. She had concluded that she couldn't make a break for it under the current circumstances. Even if she did try to escape and, by some miracle, made it out of the House of Mirrors, that was as far as she would go. Outside with no cover, she would quickly be overtaken and skewered from behind. As long as her magecraft was disabled, escape was impossible. Instead, she chose to force the enemy back. Her situation was not the most favorable, but neither was the puppet's. Though this narrow hall gave Alkodo place to run, it in turn prevented the puppet from reaching full speed. That was the weak point of this machine. The automata of its era had a tendency to struggle with minute changes in speed. Here we go. She flowed energy into her shorted circuits. Her blood flow and magical energy supply were unstable. It would be difficult to construct a formula in this state. All she could do was harden her right arm by imbuing it with as much energy as she could. Doing so turned her arm into an improvised weapon like a hammer or bat. Assuming she could manage to get into close combat range, this was the best she could do. All she needed now was a plan of attack. The question wasn't what weapon to use, but how to use the weapon she had. The simplest way would be to use the mirror's reflections to hide and then rush the puppet from its blind spot, except for one major problem. It did not have a sense of sight in the first place. The puppet's view of the world around it did not stem from visual feedback, but from mapping the topography of its surroundings. In theory, it was the same as a bat's echolocation. The environment would be measured based on the emission and return of high-frequency sound waves. Those chants served as sensor pulses. As far as the puppet was concerned, the mirrors were no better than transparent panes, making even the thought of an ambush laughable.
近づけば近づくほど、よりリアルに察知される。本当は遠距離からの狙撃が最適なんだけど、ガンドを撃ってくるなら、フィンの一撃ぐらい隠してる。
Yo, Finn, though. Nice. Gondor was a Scandinavian in origin and, considering its simplicity, highly versatile. It was most effective at impairing a target's health by pointing a finger. As a single-action magecraft, it was limited to only causing illness, but there was a secret technique said to be the greatest mastery of the Gondor shot. The Finn shot! Yo, vittu saatana, torilla tavana, okay. It could do more than cause simple illness. It was a deadly curse that could stop the hearts. The wound on her back set her nerves on fire. An unarmed girl and a deadly automaton. It was clear that she was the one desired or destined for death. Yeah, Perkele, of course, and all that, yeah. She considered her slim chances of survival when... Yo! FGO sounds! Yo, also, whoa. Hello. A vision sent chills down her spine. That's like the summoning circle expanding on the gacha, I think, is the same sound. Oh my gacha brain rot is real. I recognize that sound, dude. Like it's when you open the summon, it just like expands you. That brain. It's the same one, dude. Fucking brain rot, dude. Anyway, what the hell? Uh-oh. Quietly using everything she could to clamp down on the feeling, Aoko faced her all too familiar illusion. She clenched her teeth to keep them from making a deafening clatter. But there, the sensation of fingers crawling up her neck, behind her, the specter stared and laughed. This alone made her want to bolt. On top of it all, when she tried to mentally simulate the coming fight, she estimated a 2 in 10 chance of dying in the first 10 seconds. Or 5 seconds. 20%. At times, her predictions were harsher than reality. If Aoko fought the puppet 10 times, she would die twice. Dude, the bitrate is dying. She could not stop herself from visualizing her corpse. She imagined herself collapsing, crumbling under the puppet's curse. Her eyeballs swollen like a blowfish, blood and other fluids oozing from every bodily orifice. 1 in 5, 1 in 5, 1 in 5. A 1 in 10 chance of death was bad enough, but 1 in 5, it drove her crazy. There we go. Oh yeah, final reminder for people to vote for Substat as well. You have still, you know, some time until the end of the stream. If you want to vote. Aoko forced down her heart as it tried to escape from her mouth. Taking in a deep breath, she peered at her own reflection. She thought back to that white night, half a year ago. This, she decided, was nothing compared to that. 6 months ago, at the Kuonji estate, the Hound of White Roses, the Wonder Snatch, maybe, that appeared from within the thick fog, had killed Aoko 100 times out of 10. Ooh.
Me animam brutalis, otem eftera necata sunt. Manes sum, animam definiram ligum Myst.
Oh, it's Wandersnatch. Maybe. Something like that. A dark curse shattered Aoko's daydream. It was only 30 feet away. The puppet rounded the corner. Either side stood in the shadows, their forms indistinct. The puppet gave no warning. Without preamble, it swiftly fired a Gondor barrage. Just as she planned, the curses fizzled out as they hit her mist-like barrier of magical energy. Pog me, I'm the greatest guard of all time. The protection would only last a few seconds. Well, I can only do so much, you know, so... But hey, there you go. Giving her just enough time to... Uh-oh, the arm. The hand. The hand no hou ga muiteiru. Its stretchable spear sprang towards Aoko's face. Oh!
Bingo!
Whoa, she even said it in Japanese. That's funny. Uh-oh. The lethal weapon grazed her cheek. All her experience analyzing puppet attack patterns gave her the wherewithal to evade the attack by a hair's breadth. Ooh! She's sliding. It was one thing if a puppeteer were pulling the strings, but autonomous dolls had their limitation. Aoko had bet everything on this killing machine following a predefined template. The puppet would use a given attack for a given range, and she could adjust her tactics to that. Ooh. She's ducking under it. Go, go, go. It's like a cross counter in boxing. Before its arm had a chance to fully retract, she charged the puppet. It was a risky gamble, but her overall chances were slim to begin with. The scales tipped in her favor. If her predictions were correct, there were 2 ways she would die. One was from a fin shot at that range. Ooh, close up. Uh-oh. Damn, she kind of looked normal there. And the other one The other one was if the puppet's attack pattern was beyond her ability to foresee. Instantaneous mass transfer, otherwise known as mass displacement. Immediately after Aoko dodged the puppet's arm, something smashed into her abdomen. Uh-oh. Shit. Well, that's bad. The head-on collision from its shoulder felt like a rocket, but where had the ability to propel itself come from? Puppets like this were not built to have the ability to jet around like that. Doing everything in her power to stay conscious in spite of the pain, she could just make out what had happened. Oh, so the arm was like stuck on the wall and just pulled itself towards it instead of pulling the arm back? Maybe. Yes, the puppet's arm had not returned to its body. It was lodged in the wall and reeled itself in from the other direction. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's, you know, it can go both ways. Makes sense. Rip. Swallowing her surprise, she hastily pulled herself back up. Her abdomen, specifically her diaphragm, had been dealt a significant blow. The attack left her disoriented. Thankfully, the puppet was surprisingly lightweight. Her bones and organs were intact, and she had sustained no life-threatening damage. She was having a hard time breathing, however. She was shaken, though she managed to keep her calm. In another 2 seconds, she'd be back on her feet. No, that was 2 seconds too long. She told herself to calm down, that she was already calm. She'd only briefly lost her bearings. She was fine. She could recover her breath and her vision later if only her body would move. Oh, the G is size is diaphragm? Okay. I'm bad with medicinal terms, you know? At least in English. Above her, Aoko could hear the warped noise of a powerful force. She could once more feel the touch of death. Medical terms, yeah, sure, dude. The puppet was so close that Aoko could reach out and touch it. That also meant that it could reach out and kill her. By intuition alone, she rolled over to the puppet's right flank. Its arm was still embedded within the wall. From here, it could not attack. She had made the right decision, and her dizziness faded. There's number 5. God damn it, dude. Oh, the Latin is funky. Yeah, I assumed as much. The foreign languages in Nasu works, they're always like complete nonsense. At least most of the time, so yeah. They're just like, hey, cool foreign words, dude. Okay. Aoko pulled herself back up. It was her turn. Hello. Wow. Whoa. Well, that's a view right there. Wow. Take a look at that. Does she have a beauty spot, or is that just like dirt? Because that's definitely something on her cheek. Honestly, I approve. Like, it's kind of hard to see, but it's like right there, you see? Like this part. There's a spot there. So I don't know, maybe it's like a dent or something, I don't know. But cool, makes it better. It was only an instant. Within this labyrinth of mirrors, she saw an image of herself. So that's kind of interesting. Well, that must be a spooky thing to realize. And this was not a mirror this time. Ooh. A blinding, brilliant light flashed. Lacerations appeared across the walls. At the last moment, Aoko managed to thicken the magical energy running through her veins into a primitive form of magecraft resistance. It just barely saved her life from what must have been the puppet's ace in the hole. There's a great Discord gif of this from... Well, if it's not spoilers, then it's probably fine, yeah. The puppet bore a striking resemblance to Alco. This powerful curse was not satisfied with stopping her heart, but destroying her entire being. She did not even have the time to be shocked. This was her chance for a counterattack. The puppet's balance was unsteady, its right arm still embedded in the wall. She prepared to give its defenseless body a strong kick, but her knees buckled and she collapsed into a heap on the floor.
Go.
At forest, would I prefer Altabata or Bear?
Hey!
I don't understand these things, bro. Anyway, Black Wolf, thank you for the 27 months and a big welcome back to the Go Gang. There's not a spoil. Okay, let me see what you linked. It's a GIF. What is this? I don't. Is it like these hands or something? I don't get it, dude. Okay, it's kind of funny though. Looks funny.
Vego in som, solitare putores cuniferis. Ictius meus obitus tiers, et meus natibus tiers.
A sudden nausea and lightheadedness overcame Alco. Her body temperature began to rapidly lower. Uh-oh. She noticed too late. The puppet's curses circled the hall. The curses chant that the puppet had used as a source of power doubled as a defense mechanism, crippling those who draw near with illness. Uh-oh. She bore the full brunt of the entire time she was in close proximity to it. Although Alco had magic circuits, she was succumbed just as Sojiro had. Languidly, she forced her deteriorating body to jump back. With all the energy she could muster, she forced her way back past the exhaustion caused by the curse. However, her blood pressure took a steep nosedive, not from the curse-induced anemia, but from what appeared in front of her. They stood in perfect harmony. In front of her was the Automata that shared her face, its left arm held like an arrow. The deadly weapon shot forward and honed in on her heart. It really is like Zabania. Then, a moment before it made contact... Oh! The moment she heard that fearless voice, completely out of place in this storm of violence, her body was pulled forcefully to one side. Once again, the extending arm cut through empty air. While the puppet quickly retracted its left arm, Sojiro took the brief opportunity to take her by the hand and flee at full speed. Wow. He came back. I mean, there's no way he would have left her. I kind of knew that was gonna happen. But hey, cool. Okay. He ran through the corridor as fast as he could, only stopping when he had put enough distance between them and the puppet. Though he had saved her, she looked angry rather than grateful. This did not keep him from saying his piece. So the last word she said to him was like, yeah, see you tomorrow. And then he's like, oh, but wait, tomorrow is kind of busy for me. In other words, let's finish this today. A rather awkward proposal. Alco remained silent. She was also rather angry. Not that she could not figure out what made him tick, nor because he'd returned after escaping. Not even because he was spouting his typically airheaded lines. It was, she supposed, that instant. The fact that when he grabbed her hand, her mind had gone completely blank. Alco found it unforgivable. Which beckoned the response. Yeah. It's a pretty valid question, honestly, at this point. In the heat of the moment, she blurted out before she could stop herself.
助けられたぐらいで曲がる信念は持ち合わせていないから。
Sure. He nodded, clearly unperturbed.
青崎がそんな可愛らしいもんじゃないのはこの夜だけで骨身に染みてるよ。
Yeah, he knows already. He does it anyway. He doesn't care. She found herself slightly offended.
けど君は勘違いをしてるから少し正そう。あいつの狙いは青崎だけじゃない。君だけじゃなく俺も殺す気だと思う。
She was having none of it. Her eyes shot daggers his way.
話は最後まで聞く。どうしてかっていうと、1階の入り口あるだろ、あの細長い通路。なんでかあそこから先に進めないんだ。逃げたくても逃げ出せなくて。
So he had to come back regardless. Okay. Her eyes widened ever so slightly in amazement. She felt admiration rather than shock that her enemy would go to such lengths.
それに、さっきので完全に敵扱いされた。あの人形、こっちをじろっと睨んできたし。いや、一瞬でよく見えなかったけど、生きた心地しなかったな。
Jesus, like, hey, watch out. It looks scary though. Thanks for the input, dude.
それはご親切にどうも。
Like, thanks for the advice, dude.
うん。なんでこれはもう他人。
Dude, you know what this reminds me of? This is like me playing a game on stream that I think I'm pretty, you know, or even not think, I know I'm pretty decent at. Then someone in chat is like, hey, do this. And it's like the most obvious thing that I already know about. I'm like, hey, thanks for the advice, dude. Thanks. Like, they clearly don't even know much about the game I'm playing. They're like, gonna give me a hint anyway. I'm like, yeah, thanks. Cool. Like, he doesn't know anything about this world that they live in. And they're like, hey, watch out. Scary face. Keep that in mind.
そうね。そこまでやってるなら、目撃者は消すでしょうね。私みたいに。
だろう。でも、俺はあいつには殺されたくない。
Wow.
え？
His words were decisive. As Alka looked at him, she could swear he was trying to encourage her. Yo, Doomius, thank you for the 26 months and a big welcome back to the Gao Gang. Hey, very nice of you still to resub. Awesome. It was then that she realized Sojuro was looking even worse than before.
ちょっと待って。
Uh-oh.
大丈夫なの？あなた。
まあ、醤油を一升瓶飲むよりはマシではないかと。
Oddly specific, but okay. He tried to make light of the situation, but his forehead was clearly drenched in sweat.
そうか。さっき人形に近づいたから。
Uh-oh. How could he possibly be able to withstand a curse that made even Alka nauseous? She bit her lip, annoyed at herself for not noticing this earlier. He was such an airhead that she hadn't even paused to consider his plight.
下で隠れていようとか思わなかったの？その方がどう考えても安全でしょ？
She really could not understand him at all.
それは青崎が言うセリフじゃないな。でもまあ、長話をしている時間もない。そろそろ追いついてくる頃だ。
Oh, music's coming back. He turned to look down the corridor. The crackling sounds of a music box could be heard creeping forth from the darkness. Oh, so it's not just like the game, it's like in-scene music.
さっき1階にいて考えたんだ。君がやられても俺は殺される。なら、まず奴をどうにかするべきだ。
This Five Nights at Freddy's, dude. Of course.
あなた、何が言いたいの？
She asked a question to which she already knew the answer. She did it to put him to the test. If he wavered even a little, she would have killed him where he stood.
提案。あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる。
Ooh, trade offer.
助けられたぐらいじゃ信念は曲げないって言ったでしょ？それに、あなたに何ができるっていうの？
それは青崎が考えてくれ。得意だろ、そういうの。
She in the TL she says, "What do you think you're gonna do to it anyway?" But in Japanese she was like, "What can you do anyway?" It's a bit different. Interesting. The commander who had the overall picture was responsible for delegating roles to their teammates. It was futile to depend on someone who was unable to grasp the situation or evaluate the enemy's strength. He was proud to share that he knew this. He spoke the truth. Aoko was the only one who knew both him and the automata. That was why he pointed out that following her orders to the best of his ability was the only thing he could do. It may have seemed as though he had surrendered his capacity for self-thought, but in accepting that he was helpless, he was in fact giving her his complete trust.
じゃあ、私の指示に 100% 従うってこと？
Okay.
ああ、それにこれは恩とか義理の話じゃない。一人だと分が悪いから二人でかかるだけだ。善意でも好意でもない。
Yeah, it's a trade deal.
言わないか？こういうの。
Well, his eyes sparkled as if this was bartering in its truest form. Okay. This child must have learned that from Tobimaru, Aoko thought. Though she refused to let him see it, she smiled awkwardly. Sure, he had gotten the best of her just now, but there were times when defeat was not the worst outcome in the world.
労働と報酬ってわけね。それなら
Excuse, how you doing?
言いたくないけど。
She relaxed her shoulders and sighed. Her face cracked into a wicked grin, as if her fears had suddenly washed away.
それ、結構私の好みよ。
She repaid his trust in equal measure. Whoa. How far in the reading zone? We've been going for quite a while now. But supposedly this chapter is very long, so it makes sense. She warned him, moving as fast as she could without her footfalls causing a din of noise. He remained near the center of the spiral maze on the second floor.
実を言うと、もう一つ用意しておいた仕掛けがあるの。自分でもやりすぎだって呆れたもんだけど、あなたがここに来るのが遅かったから。
仕掛けって俺用の？
He tilted his head like a squirrel as Aoko freely discussed the final ace up her sleeve. Oh, here we go. Wow. Blueprints?
ちょっとした魔術式を刻んでおいたの。中心の柱に点火することで、
Damn.
連鎖的に他
She
の
like
柱に
wired up the
仕掛け
place
た魔術に起
already.
動する。
You think we can finish part 1 of this chapter today? Okay, cool.
ジャミングを食らう前に作ったものだから、直接魔力を叩き込めば、一気に、こう、いくわ。
He was a little unsettled by how unclear that last bit was.
青崎、こうじゃわからない。できるだけ
He's like, what do you
どこ
mean?
まで爆破する気だったのか白状してくれ。
Okay.
あと、もしかして俺、早まったか？
いや、単なる保険っていうか、追いかけっこの途中であんたを見失ったら、いっそ建物ごと爆破しちゃおうかなって。
Well, makes sense. It was her policy to be thorough to a fault after all. She laughed, embarrassed to hear herself say aloud. Also, hey, new expression unlocked. She's like, yeah. Well, okay.
いくらなんでも徹底しすぎてる。
Faced with her cruelty, he forgot about the situation at hand and protested from the bottom of his heart.
何よ、いいじゃない。そのおかげでなんとかなりそうなんだから。
She shot back and dashed down the corridor, mumbling things that probably would have sent him packing if he heard them. The strategy was simple. Aoko would use the escape route to the right and avoid the puppet while making her way down to the basement. Upon reaching the central pillar, she would infuse the formula she had prepared with magical energy and escape. Once ignited, it would take about a minute for the chain reaction to spread throughout the whole house of mirrors, and another minute for the building to collapse. She would be cutting it a little close, but because she had committed to the maze to memory, she was sure she could make it out in time. She assumed that the chain reaction caused by the pillar would clear the barrier that the puppet had placed at the entrance, and even if it was strong enough to withstand the blast, it would not be able to stay behind once the foundations buckled. Sojiro's escape was assured as long as the formula in the basement was activated. Next came the most important part. The automaton was at a disadvantage in the obstacle-laden house of mirrors and was unable to move at full speed. If it was near the center of the second floor when the building collapsed, it would be caught up and crushed by it. So the problem was keeping the puppet from on the second floor until Aoko could make it down to the basement. So is this Sojiro's job then? Okay. Wow. Just run around, bro. Ideally, he would be able to keep it busy until she could activate the formula. If that failed to work, him luring it down to the first floor would be the next best thing. She understood perfectly well the danger she was putting him in, but his lucky streak and running speed were nothing to scoff at. She made her way through the hidden passage of the maze, her hopes pinned on Sojiro. Wow. Ooh. Meanwhile, well out of earshot, he was readying himself for another desperate chase. He calmed his beating heart using a method of his own making. What mattered most was that he remained calm. The plan was simple enough, and Aoko's orders were succinct and easy to understand.
10メートルぐらいの距離を保って、できるだけゆっくり通路を3、4周すること。横道は鏡のつなぎ目で覚えて。ここなら左回りで6、3、7、2枚目にあるから、そこをぐるぐる回ってれば比較的安全よ。
It was essentially a looping marathon. MP looping? As long as Sojiro kept just enough distance from the puppet's extended arm to allow her to track him, she could continue to chase him indefinitely. Simple though the task was, he was putting his life on the line as bait. And then there was the final order to run as fast as he could to the exit when the building began to sway.
結構じゃなくて、かなりきついんじゃないかな、これは。
Uh-oh. It must be so creepy just hearing like machinery moving and like a music box approaching behind the corner. He nervously stuck his head out from around the corner. He could hear the sound of the music box from the other side of the corridor. First he had to make eye contact with it and then head through the shortcut on the right and begin their game of tag. Nice. He spotted and braced himself. Closer, closer. Fearing that the arm could fly at him at any moment, he went over Aoko's instructions in his head. However, he could not quite remember which pain led to the first hidden passage. So his memory sucks too. Hey, I can at least relate to that. Oh my god. It is real, Mano, yeah. The third, the sixth, the ninth? He just gives up, dude. Oh no. No, he was sure that was mistaken. He was confident he had it memorized moments ago, but his nerves had gotten the best of him, and his head was now spinning. Then, he realized that the sound of his pursuer was beginning to grow distant, and at an incredible speed. Oh my god, it goes fucking spider mode. Oh, that's creepy, dude. Uh-oh, uh-oh. The unusual silhouette of the puppet astonished him. Before it had taken the form of a beautiful girl, but now it had made a bizarre transformation and returned to the first floor to pursue her primary target. Yo, ignored. Also scary. He was no longer sure what to do. Before he'd even had time to mourn his failure, the puppet had vanished out of sight. I'll help, so let me go. Or so he had said, but now he could not follow through. Alone, he tilted his head in frustration. He spoke into the darkness as if Alko would be there to answer him. Ah, shit, dude. Meanwhile, downstairs, as soon as she arrived on the first floor, Alko understood what had transpired above her. She did not even have to strain her ears to hear the puppet. Even during its heyday, this attraction had never made sounds like the one she heard coming toward her now. It was the sound of despair, as if a horde of monstrous hedgehogs were scraping their way past the mirrors in her direction.
3分どころか10秒持たないってどういうことよ。
Rather than buying her time, he had instead stolen hers. He had one job, to run away. That was all. She cursed him under her breath.
複数の足音ってことは二足から多脚に切り替えたのね。
Damn. The echoes made it sound like dozens of feet were approaching. Alko's mind conjured an image of a giant six-legged spider tearing its way down the corridor. Yeah, I would just give up, dude. Fuck that. Oh, it was a little wonder that it was so much faster than before. Its perception of its surroundings through echolocation was of particular use in the dark. Compared to sight-dependent humans, this automaton was far better equipped to navigate its way through the labyrinth of mirrors. If it could not keep the pace earlier, that had been because of the bipedal mode made it less maneuverable. Now, the stability provided by multiple legs gave it a speed that far exceeded that of any human. Her thoughts spun out as she tried to come up with a plan B. All she knew for sure that this was a pivotal moment. If she continued standing still, she had seconds left at most. Even in her current state, she knew she could easily neutralize the bounded field blocking the entrance without casting a spell. All she had to do was feed a little of her own energy into it. She could sprint with all her might for a little more than 3 minutes. The puppet had far more stamina than she did. She could only come up with 3 options. The first was to escape through the exit in front of her. The second was to hide somewhere on the more complicated first floor. And the third was to run into the basement and be stuck like a rat in a trap. She made her decision with zero hesitation, moving her stiff legs again with determined strength. The oncoming storm was almost upon her. Her resolve firm, she turned and ran, descending into the darkness. So wait, now she's gonna be stuck on the bottom floor with the thing, with the explosive there as well? What's she gonna do? What the fuck? It's crazy. No matter what, a finale should be glorious. This would be the Mirror Castle's final scene. 2 humans and a puppet. A young sorceress ran toward the subterranean heart of the castle, while an autonomous antique chased its prey into the depths of a demonic dungeon. Oh! A minute later, a faint blue charge would ripple through the castle. This was the main pillar in the deepest depths of the basement. Though not critical to the castle structure, the pillar was a visible symbol of it. The girl concentrated her magical energy into a fist and thrust it at the pillar. Oh. This was the blow that would bring down the castle. She imagined the destruction as she threw the punch, and that scene blossomed into reality seconds later. It was simple ignition magecraft, meant to release the condensed magical energy engraved into the 4 pillars at the corners of the structure. Using electricity as a switch meant virtually instantaneous activation. Uh-oh. It happened swiftly and elegantly. A hammer of destruction descended upon the castle of dreams that had stubbornly resisted its fate for 2 years. Uh-oh. It was almost a joyous sound, and so the lifeless and abandoned castle of mirrors set the stage for its final and most spectacular performance. I like that you can see the dust falling down as well from the shaking. Wow, that's kind of cool details. Aoko's magical energy became an electrical charge that activated the Magecraft formula engraved into the pillar. The chain reaction would lead to the castle's destruction.
ご苦労様。でも、思ってたよりくたびれてたのね。これじゃあ1分持つかどうか。
Did you get auto-corrected into a prefecture name, Shard? That's kind of funny. The plaza in the center of the basement. Aoko tried to steady her breathing while rotating her crest at full speed. She wreathed her arms in blue light, fully aware that she could no longer activate another formula. Oh, that's fucked up, man. Her labored breathing refused to settle. She stood at the center of the basement. Without being spotted even once, she had managed to make it all the way to the central pillar. It was a 100-meter dash in 13 seconds flat. Undoubtedly a new personal best. She spurred on her weakened heart, knowing full well the fate that awaited her.
入れば追ってくる。地下に行けば逃げられない。
Kinda badass.
当然よね。最後まで逃げ回ろうなんて虫のいい話だった。
Hindsight was 2020. The castle was only a minute away from collapsing completely. If they stayed here, they would both be crushed by the rubble. The puppet certainly did not care. With no life of its own, its sole concern was the elimination of its target, Aoko. Indeed, the enemy had been willing to die from the start. She resented her own lack of resolve. It wasn't like her to tuck tail and run from an opponent that didn't fear death. That is a creepy CG. POV, goodbye. It's like the final thing you see in like a creepy pasta.
六足歩行とフィンの一撃は使いすぎよ。もう呪詛による魔力補給じゃ間に合わない。
Such a perpetual motion device was only as good as its ability to regulate its energy consumption. Using so many functions at once meant it was burning through fuel quickly and losing the ability to process the curses that powered it. It was using up all the functions it had been given to achieve its aim. That and the pride of a tool, if such things could have ego, those endowed with sentience could never hope to understand. A beast born to do nothing but run would burn any human who faced its resolve.
ほんと、もったいない。こういう無茶をするのは姉貴だけかと思ってたけど、いるところにはいるもんね。
But she did not intend to sacrifice play here. She respected her adversary now, and now she was done regretting her choices. There was no time to waste.
行くわよ。ここできっかり。
She had every intention of paying it back double for what it had done to her. The energy hit she had accumulated exploded out of her right leg. She aimed for a single thing, a head-on attack. The enemy responded with a lethal curse that reached for her heart like a set of talons. Humming with power, it meant to rend Aoko's heart and burn itself out in the process. As soon as she saw it, Aoko kicked the floor as hard as she could. Her long hair swirled through the air as she flipped aside. This lateral move almost sent her tumbling to the ground, but a quick swing from her arm allowed her to regain her balance. A shot grazed her arm, the curse scorching her left shoulder. She did not flinch. She knew she could hold as long as she continued to avoid a direct fed shot. Whoa. Off balance and in pain, it took her half a second to recover. The moment she raised her head, she deflected the attack with a fist full of magical energy. If the puppet had a will of its own, its eyes would have popped right out of its sockets. It would have been floored, shocked at the strong will that allowed this girl to perform a series of moves like this. Oh, Her response was instantaneous. While her power was not sufficient to completely redirect the arm's trajectory, it was just enough to deflect it harmlessly past her hair. Well, that's kind of sad. The chant before a curse that robbed Alko of her vitality. Did it still have something left in the tank, or was it actually indignant? Whatever the reason, she was easily able to resist its weakened defensive maneuver. Ooh, the kick though. Damn. Glider. And her right leg, pulsing with magical energy, shot up into the puppet's chest from below. Damn. Dude, the production quality of this compared to Stay Night is like night and day, dude. It was much lighter than she had anticipated. Or rather, she felt little resistance. An automaton's weight was determined by its internals, the size of its power source. Ironically, it was the superiority of its music box engine that would prove to be its downfall. Now, so many CGs as well.
Venite, 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 meum sepulchrum, venite.
Damn. A stuttering curse. Having taken the full brunt of her kick, the puppet bounced from ceiling to floor, collapsing in a heap. Its internal construction had been warped by the impact, leaving the drum of the music box that powered the puppet warped as well. Wow, the good old cold line afterwards. Oh shit, time to go, dude. No time for cool lines. Part of the ceiling came crashing down in front of her, snapping her back to her senses. Oh, she's like, oh, did I win? Fuck yeah, dude. She was so stunned by her own victory that she forgot the House of Mirrors had already begun to collapse. Yeah, go. No time for yaps. Uh-oh, it's going. There was no time to relish in her victory or pity her opponent. Not unless she wanted to meet the same fate. As the situation stood, she found it hard to imagine getting out alive. Is that an actual thing, Bleach? That would be funny. She clapped herself on the cheeks to motivate herself anew. This was her bounty for finishing their battle in a matter of seconds. Her breath ragged with excitement, she ran for the exit. Damn, it's all coming down, dude. No, it's not a real thing. It would be kind of funny, though. The collapse was intensifying by the second. Having lost its support pillars, the castle was buckling under its own weight. Time to blast again. Oh, that's a bite and blast right there of a CG if I've ever seen one. Escaping from the basement was proving to be no easy task. While she was tasked taking the shortest route possible through the maze, she was nearly crushed by a falling piece of the ceiling along the way. This was the second time, no, third, she had to deal with the fallen rubble along the way. She destroyed the debris on the stairs with magic bullets as she ran. The automaton's jamming had long since worn off. The earlier attack had damaged the vast majority of its functions. Oh, there it goes. Dash, Alko, dash. Her breathing was heavy as she ran. Desperation sparked her brain into overdrive. The ceiling seemed to be collapsing in slow motion. Life seemed to flash before her very eyes. Each second stretched into 5. Her frayed nerves made it hard to tell the time. Oh, damn. Wait, what is it doing? There was debris riddled throughout the stairway, forcing her to crawl up it. What? I assume he's talking about Aoko, but yeah, what was that eye thing? She emerged from the destroyed basement into the collapsing first floor. That the plaza was still traversable at all was a miracle in itself, and fortunately for her, the crucial path to the exit was still intact. The corridor to the entrance was still intact. The basement maze only extended as far as the plaza, so the entrance corridor wouldn't collapse. Only the ceiling would cave in, leaving this scaffolding surround intact. She got herself this far by telling herself repeatedly that fate would decide whether or not she reached the plaza. Fate, huh? Her gamble paid off. It was her lucky day. All she had to do was muster the last of her strength and keep moving forward until... She hesitated for a fraction of a second. Was it naivety? A sense of responsibility? She pushed aside the image that popped into her head and continued running down the corridor.
言っとくけど、時間合わせの余裕はないのよ。そんな上等な作戦じゃないし、お互いできることをやったら最速で出口に向かいましょう。
That was 5 minutes ago. At the time, Sojiro had nodded with trepidation, and Aoko had not bothered to ask herself why.
何様だっての私、今は走ることだけ考えろ。
This corridor was giving out too. If she were to look back, she was sure she would see the building collapsing in on her. She was also sure she had no time to waste doing so. Her luck was fading as fast as the building's structural integrity. It was a small miracle that she had escaped serious injury up until this point, and she could not afford even the slightest slip-up. An ankle sprain, loss of balance, or even a sneeze would be fatal. Fuck, dude. Rip me, I guess. A simple pat on the back was enough to end it. So naturally... There it was, clear as day. From the detritus of the hallway, death had arisen to take her down with it. Uh-oh, so it's still alive? What the fuck? A corpse that had crawled its way up from the depths of hell itself. That's why you always finish the kill, dude. It was still operational. And it was still armed with curses. Dude, that eye is messed up looking. It had crawled after her, watching as Aoko desperately tried to save herself. Oh, can still shoot? The puppet's arm shot forward. While she did not turn to meet it, she could see its reflection in the mirrors.
E salvato, e salvato, e salvato, e salvato.
Extend, extend, extend. This time she could not dodge it. There was absolutely nothing she could do. The puppet with her face sang. Pretty wholesome stuff. For a moment, she could not believe her eyes. It was the last thing she'd expected to see. Wait, did he throw like a fire extinguisher or something? What is that? A fierce expression adorned the face of the boy who had been waiting in the plaza as he smashed the puppet's outstretched arm. Anger really did not suit him at all. His weapon of choice was a fire extinguisher. He must have searched the maze for something to use as a weapon. No, never mind that. It was too crazy to contemplate, but he had stayed behind. For her? Also, wow, look at this. It's like a mixture of black and white and, you know, Aoko having color. Pretty cool direction there. Oh my. She stopped her feet, stopped the feet she had sworn she would never stop moving, and extended a hand out to him. He tossed the fire extinguisher aside and took off running. Pieces of the ceiling continued to collapse like dominoes. They kept moving with dust and dirt following in their wake. Their shadows raced through the collapsing corridor with all their strength. That's a collapse, all right. The castle was in the throes of death. With a massive crash and a cloud of dust, the final chapter of the fairy tale that had been Kitsy Land came to an abrupt end. Damn, rip. Okay. Wow. Back to the night sky. This duel to the death was over. For a moment, amidst their swirling emotions, any past enmity was forgotten. The two collapsed on the lawn and basked in strange solidarity. The ringing in their ears subsided before long. A tremor of such magnitude seemed impossible in an amusement park like this. Yeah, that's gonna alert some people, right? As the sound of destruction echoed across the park, Alko addressed the individual at her side.
ねえ、生きてる？チェ。
While the click of her tongue was adorable, the meaning behind it was anything but. It was like almost like she was voicing it instead of like doing that, you know? Like, listen to this. How do I do it again? Ah, here we go.
チェ。
Shit.
チェ。
That's kind of cute, yeah.
青崎、あいつどうなった？
見ての通りよ。今頃バラバラ死体になってるんじゃない？
Sojiro sighed, not wholly relieved by her frank response. His reason...
でも、そんな心配より自分の心配をした方がいいと思うわよ。しず。
He wasn't out of the woods yet, after all. And he probably got blasted with the curses and shit.
子供の頃はいじめっ子だっただろ。
Wow. Ouch.
可逆趣味はないって自負してるけど。それで、今の自分の立場、分かってる？
She sat up and smiled. Sojiro hung his head in shame, wondering why her kind tone and expression were so chilling.
面目次第もございません。
かしこまってもダメよ。あの提案には大前提があったわよね。これは取引だって。あなたが役に立つのなら見逃してあげるっていう。
わかってる。だから面目ないって言ってるだろ。
He made a show of avoiding her eyes, like a pouting child. Alko was taken aback by this sulky display. Perhaps he was angry at himself rather than her. He was not mad because she would not let him go. He was mad that he had not done his part. Alko sighed for what seemed like the millionth time that day. She could not figure out what surprised her more, his unconditional kindness or her naive approval of it.
じゃあ、覚悟はできてるの？
そんなのはできないけど、約束だからな。
Uh-oh.
結局は何もしていないし。
It was certainly the case that he failed to do any of the things she had expected of him. But just then she glanced back at the collapsed house of mirrors. What had he done after failing so spectacularly? He had searched for the extinguisher so he could use it as a weapon, and waited patiently in the plaza as the maze collapsed all around him just because he thought it was wrong to leave her behind. It was a foolish choice, and the exact opposite of her choice, to run towards the exit without hesitation.
ま、それでよしとするか。
Whoa. She was satisfied even as she was shocked at how naive she was being. It was true that he had saved her. She smiled inwardly, admiring, if only for a moment, the bravery he continued to show in the face of such extreme circumstances.
役割は果たさなかったけど、アフターケアは合格だし、約束は守らなくちゃね。
With a nod, she pulled herself to her feet.
約束は、ま、いつか守ってもらうとして。
Oh shit, my boy lives. At least for now. The girl tried to keep a straight face as she offered a hand to the boy still lying on the ground.
結果はどうあれ手助けしてもらったし、特別サービスってことで、今夜はもう手を出さないであげる。
Wow. She bashfully averted her gaze. Oh, that's a Tsune expression and a half. Look at that. She can't even look. Oh, dude. A hint of blush as well. Damn. Yep. Though her profile appeared different than it had in the past, it was clearly still the face of the vibrant girl he met the day he first arrived in town.
何よ。
As if she had felt his eyes on her, she shot him a frowning glare.
いや、 突拍子もないけど青崎は律儀だなって。
Whoa. He took her outstretched hand. Feeling his weight as she pulled him up, she could not help but think that he was about the last person she wanted to hear that from.
ところで今夜はって言うけど明日から。
Yeah, what about tomorrow? But he's busy tomorrow. Uh-oh.
さま、その時になったら考えるわ。
She shrugged her shoulders as she was not sure herself. The response was so unlike her that it made him smile. Was it the solidarity of having escaped death together, or their fleeting camaraderie that made him do so? It might have been for this night only, but the air between them was kind and gentle. A lot had transpired, but the midwinter nightmare had come to an end. The pair had overcome many trials and tribulations and could now leave the mirror realm in their wake. But before that...
随分と身勝手ね。
Oh shit. I mean, I assume she wouldn't approve of this, because, you know, she still kind of wants to see him dead, right? Uh-oh.
それはあなた一人で決めていいことだったかしら。
Uh-oh.
青子。
Hey, have a good sleep, Dreamy. Uh-oh. Whoa, that's an entrance right there. It was the voice of a beautiful songbird and a merciless machine all rolled into one.
アリス。
Her voice quivered as she spoke the name. The lady in black made her presence known. The night was not yet over. Her name was Alice Kuonji. She was a witch whose name struck fear in the heart of Aoko. Terror, if you will. Get it? An avatar of the night who would allow no witnesses. Yeah, I mean, yeah, she wouldn't let Soljiro live. Yo, that's the first half of the thing. Yo, okay, wow. What a teaser. But hey, that's good. Oh, okay. Wow. Let's do a cheeky save on that one, though, yeah. Wow, what a session today, though. Damn. That was a lot of action happening today. Woo. We will definitely continue next time. Even if this might not be as long as number one, I don't know, but yeah. There's a cliffhanger for you. So I assume this is... Wow, look, it's like a massive book. It was like a long one. Damn, it had 5 parts on the part 1 alone. Wow. Ooh, we'll probably continue next week, though, if I had to guess. Yeah. Next part is just as long as not longer. Oh, yeah, then we're definitely not doing overtime. But hey, dude, so far, hey, very nice. Greto daze. Great session of Maho Yoru. Okay. Right, so before we end, let's check what I'm playing tomorrow. Again, the reserved game is either StarCraft 1 or 2. I'll probably go with 2, most likely, but we'll see. And then let's pick 1 or 2 other games as well, depending on what we have here. Let's see, capture, boom, there we go. We have 35 responses. Any duperitos? We got 1 dupe. Let's get rid of that, so make it 34. Let's roll. Boom, boom, boom. We got number 29. So probably something that was submitted during this stream, if I had to guess. Okay, let's see. So number 29 comes in from Dimon, and the game is Monster Hunter World. Oh, wow. It's been picked quite frequently over the past some months, I think. Okay, sure. We'll play some more MH dub. Sure, dude. I still suck at the game, but, you know, maybe ever so slowly I'm starting to learn. I changed weapons last time, too, for better or worse. Okay. Let's just in case pick a third game. It could be maybe a triple game day. Let's see. 11. Let's see. Who is number 11? This one comes in from Zarky, and the game is Majora's Mask, of course. So we're at least played the first 2 games. It might be a triple game day. I don't know yet. Maybe. We'll see. But at least we'll play some StarCraft and Monster Hunter World for sure. Okay. There you go. But yeah, pretty happy with today's stream. Also, here's the gift that was posted earlier. That's kind of funny. Kind of funny. Yeah. Okay. Enjoy that one. I still had it open, so I might as well show it. Okay, so yeah. Happy with today. Happy with this week overall so far, actually. It's been a nice kind of chill week, you know? Good stuff. But yeah, for today then, in fact, wait, is there anyone online? Can I raid someone? I might as well start checking this now that I still remember. I'm guessing no one's online, but let's see. Is anyone online that I kind of know? Any of my peers, if you will? Nah. Again, not really. It's just the time of day, dude. It sucks. Let's see. Twitch FGO. Is anyone on the FGO category? Nah. Yeah, we're just gonna wrap up here then. Okay. But yeah, for today, thanks for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits and the tips and the follows, and hey, most importantly, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you had a good time. I certainly did. And yeah, have a great rest of your Friday or Saturday, wherever it is you're at. One question, okay, sure. If it's a fast one. Is it worth a roll for Moriarty? Oh, ruler? Not gameplay-wise, no. It's a bad banner gameplay-wise. Anyway, talk to you guys again tomorrow. I might upload something on YouTube later as well. And yeah, check it out. Otherwise, talk to you tomorrow. And bye-bye!